to Randy Orton. Randy Orton celebrating 20 years in WWE. And I think to the day, actually. It might even be to the day, which is very impressive. Very impressive. So we are going to be celebrating Randy Orton. Which it's nice to do, actually, because Randy Orton is one of those guys that I think is a little bit overlooked. Obviously, it's Randy Orton. He's still a massive star, but when I say overlooked, I mean, do people see him being on the level of Roman? Do people see him being on the level of John Cena? Do people see him being on the level of Stone Cold and The Rock? And he never quite defined an era, but he's such a massive star. He's such a massive star. And to have done it for 20 years, multiple time champion. In fact, WWE have just tweeted out like a list of his achievements. And it is incredible to read, actually. It is incredible to just go down and read everything that he was able to achieve in his time in WWE. And obviously that time is still continuing. His time isn't over by any means, but I've got the list here. He made his debut on April 25th, 2002. He's a 14-time world champion, tied for the third most title reigns. First ever WWE World Heavyweight Champion, youngest World Heavyweight Champion, a one-time US champion, one-time Intercontinental champion. He's got the most matches in premium live event history. Two-time Raw Tag Team Champion, one-time SmackDown Tag Team Champion, one-time World Tag Team Champion, Grand Slam Champion, two-time Royal Rumble winner, Money in the Bank winner, most matches in Raw history as well. I mean, his list of achievements are absolutely stunning, so it feels more than right to sit here and celebrate Randy Orton. And yeah, it'll be a nice segment. I mean, I'm guessing it's going to get gate crashed by probably the Usos. I can't imagine that there won't be anyone gate crashing it, and that would be the most likely. So I'm guessing the Usos will make their presence felt. But even so, there should be a moment where we can acknowledge him and acknowledge everything that Randy Orton has brought to WWE. And it's a lot. John, shout out to you. He says Adam Cole is better than Randall Orton. I might just let that sit there for a moment. I'll let that sit there, and the chat can deal with that one. But John, hope you well. I did see you saying that you was going to go and be seeing Undisputed Era this week, so have fun with that. Edward, oi days. I've been a member for 3 months plus. Edward, shout out to you. Hope you are well. I feel like it's longer than that. I think there was a bit of drama with your account, wasn't there, and everything, so shout out to you, Edward. I know you've been on with the channel a lot longer than that. Hello. Rumor is we're supposed to be getting 3 returns tonight, says Zycamy. Well, yeah, I mean, I can't say I've heard these rumors loud. I would love it if Asuka came back. I am not expecting Asuka to come back. I think there's a good chance that she could, but I'm not. And all this, I don't quite feel that way. There's been a few times where I've thought, oh, they'll bring Asuka back now. I thought there was a chance she could be in the Rumble. I thought there was a chance that she might make it in some kind of form or fashion at WrestleMania. Then I thought, oh, they've probably saved her for after WrestleMania, and then she wasn't there. And so it's just been going on and on and on and on. So I'm kind of at a return. I would imagine her honeymoon is over now. So so I don't know if there's a potential there. I haven't heard, to be honest, about the rumored 3, but I have heard that Asuka could be one of them. So we'll see. I'm kind of going to sit on the fence on this one, sit back and watch it, enjoy it, and see how it plays out. To Boy, shout out to you, said, I've been a member now for over a year. To Boy, shout out to you, buddy. That is no surprise to me whatsoever. But appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that joins us each week for these Raw streams and SmackDown streams, AEW streams, UFC streams. We're doing lots of streams. We've got a lot of videos that are coming as well. I am working on stuff as well behind the scenes. So just need to get the football season out the way, to be honest. Because that is definitely interrupting. I've got a game tomorrow, a game on Wednesday, a game on Thursday. I think the next game then is on Sunday, but we've got boxing on Saturday. So, it all kind of gets in the way a little bit. But, there will be some videos on the way. Hazza said, Days, do you think WWE will pull the trigger on Drew at Cardiff in September? Could you imagine the pop if he pinned Roman? Thoughts? I absolutely do not want that to happen. I think that Drew is a little bit cringe at the moment. I think running around with a sword, threatening to decapitate people, being involved in a really cold feud. I mean, it was a feud that did nothing for Drew. Maybe it helped Madcap Moss, but that Drew, Happy Corbin, Madcap Moss feud was just filler. It was just filler. I feel like Drew is really cold at the moment. I don't see too many people like getting overly excited about Drew McIntyre right now. I think that to put the belt on him just because he's British is absolutely something WWE would do. But I can't make an argument for him to be getting the belt when his most recent booking has been so poor. The sword stuff is terrible. I feel like, wasn't he in a little feud with Jinder? And where he was threatening Jinder with the sword. And I remember him threatening Jinder and Shanky. Then now he's like doing stuff with, and he's been doing it for about 4 months now. Do you remember he got attacked at day one? That was like the first day of the year. Here we are now, nearly at the end of April. But he was attacked, and he was actually out of action for a few weeks. And so he has been like messing around with Madcap Moss and Happy Corbin for about 4 months now. Right? I know it's come to an end now, and it looks like we have, reached the end, and now he's actually in a feud with Sami Zayn. But, man, they're going to have to work hard to make me care about Drew. They're going to have to really work hard, because right now my interest in him is, like, as close to non-existent as it's ever been. So, I don't want to do that. You will always get a massive pop if a hometown person beats Roman. You could do it in Cardiff, but there'd be nothing stopping you doing it at SummerSlam, doing it, Survivor Series, doing it, Royal Rumble. Money in the Bank's going to be a big show. Like, all these shows now, they seem to be trying to make them all big stadium shows. So, I believe Money in the Bank is a big stadium show. I believe SummerSlam's a big stadium show. I understand that Survivor Series is normally champion versus champion, but not always. You could absolutely have Roman defending the title at Survivor Series. Like, you know what WWE are like. They like to have a little bit of flexibility in there. We've seen Brock defending the championship at Survivor Series a few years ago against Rey Mysterio. It wasn't champion versus champion that year. So, really, it all depends on what Vince wants to do. And to be honest, I don't feel like Drew's the right way forward. I just think that Roman is, like, doing really well at the moment. I don't think people are, the majority, I don't believe, are bored with him. I think that he looks the part, he feels the part, he's still got this monstrous title reign that's continuing. Like, is Drew the right one to end it? Is Drew the right one to bring it to an end? I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. I can understand the argument of there being a big popper in Cardiff, but, I mean, don't forget, Drew's not from Cardiff. Drew's from Scotland. So, I mean, we're in Wales. I understand he's British, but I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I'm really not sold on it. Drew is like a crossover of Piper and Hogan, says channel name. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you. I can see RK Bro could win. The Usos and Roman, big fallout with the Usos. The bloodline could split, says David. If Bayley tweeted, then she's definitely not back tonight. Yeah, I do subscribe to that. If someone has tweeted saying I'll see you later or teasing it, you won't see them later. I definitely agree with that. Michael said if Bayley's just tweeted ding dong, maybe she'll return. It would absolutely do the opposite effect. Absolutely do the opposite effect. If she's tweeted, then I don't expect her. Dork Knight said, Days, I don't know where you live, but near me, it's a way of life for people to walk around with swords. Maybe I just live in a weird part of the UK. I have no idea. Maybe I'm just in a part of the UK where, swords are just not really a thing that we carry around. So, hello to David. Thoughts on Tyson Fury confirming that he wants Wilder to fight for the WBC belt when he relinquishes it, and if AJ beats Usyk, the rematch with AJ White to see who fights Wilder. My thoughts are that Tyson Fury has no say in what happens once he's gone. So if that's what he would like to see and that's his opinion, then that's cool, but it's nothing more than that. If he wants to talk about what he wants and who he wants to face, then so be it. But him saying this is what boxing should do, I don't really have much interest in that, to be honest. Taboy said, I'm the number one Liv Morgan fan. She is the GOAT. Karma is coming for Rhea Ripley. She has messed with the wrong person. It's going to be Drew against Fury at the UK pay-per-view, said Austin. Miss Clown, hello. Hope you well, bud. Hope you are well. What's the cards? Well, we don't know the full card, but we know that it is going to be Randy Orton celebration for 20 years. Becky Lynch returning for the first time since WrestleMania. An arm wrestling match between Bobby Lashley and Omos. And I think tonight is Sonya Deville against Bianca Belair for the Women's Championship. I think that's tonight. I haven't seen them actually tweeting out a graphic. Oh, actually, just as I said that, there is one here. Will Sonya end the night as Raw Women's Champion? So, there we go. So, yeah, it is the Bianca-Sonya match tonight as well. And I think that's everything that's been announced, to be honest. There's a few rumours of potential returns, but as I said, with those, I'm going to believe them once I see them. Grant says, Kane confirmed for this show. I haven't seen Kane announced, but we are in, is it Knoxville? Which is where he is the mayor. So, I mean, yeah, I've got to admit, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise to see Kane there, because we have been to Knoxville, Tennessee before, and he's come out and actually been in the ring. So, yeah, there's a good chance that we'll see it. But it'll be Mayor Kane that will be on the show. Not that that's a problem, but I wouldn't go expecting the big red machine to come walking out. How about Roman versus Gunther or Drew versus Gunther? Last question. Who will dethrone Roman? Not The Rock, because he's too busy. And XFL Cody next year. I don't know what that means. I don't know what XFL Cody means. Roman Gunther, I absolutely down for, but you're going to have to turn someone face, because I can't imagine them doing heel versus heel, and Gunther feels like a heel to me, and Roman's definitely a heel. So you'd either have to do heel, which, well, I say they wouldn't do it. They did it at Royal Rumble with Seth and Roman, but I think it really hurt the match, doing heel versus heel. So I'm down for the match, but I don't feel like the time is right at the moment. What was the other one? Drew Gunther? I'm down for Drew Gunther. To be honest, Drew would likely win that if it was done in Cardiff. But, God, I really like Gunther. I'd put Gunther over. I'd have Gunther beating up Drew, and then I'd bring down Tyson Fury to make the save. And then I'd have, Tyson Fury face-to-face with Gunther, which I think could be oh, I mean, that is massive for Gunther. Even if he loses, it's massive for Gunther to, be face-to-face with Tyson Fury. So I think there's options. I really do expect Fury to be a part of that show in Cardiff. Really do. I mean, if you joined us for the boxing stream at the weekend, it feels like he has walked away and retired. He's going to do exhibition fights. He wants to do something against Ngannou. But yeah, he was talking all about WWE, so could be seeing Tyson Fury coming in. Mason said, evening, Days, how you doing? How crazy was UFC? Yeah, I must admit, UFC was a weird one this weekend because, I mean, the focus was on the Fury fight. So to do a 6.5 hour boxing stream and then go into UFC absolutely played second fiddle. And I think it didn't quite appreciate how crazy it actually was. There was just loads of finishes. Love the finish to the main event. First ever standing arm triangle. Thought it was a brilliant showing by Jessica Andrade. Very exciting to have her back because she is someone that beat Thug Rose. We know that she's capable of, getting to the very top of the division. And if she's improved her skill set and now brought in a standing arm triangle, which could be a real problem. This move could be a real problem. We've been talking about how everyone does rear naked chokes. Well, now you might see everyone doing standing arm triangles. Legit, this is something. If I am a UFC fighter, I'm loving the look of that. Because think about how many times you get someone up against the cage. How often you've seen in UFC people driven back against the cage. Well, all of a sudden now, if you can get that in that position and get the standing arm triangle applied, not only are you getting control time, but you've got seemingly a damn good submission there. Damn good submission. I mean, Jessica Andrade won with it, so yeah, I could see a wave of certainly attempts, even if they're not successful at, more people trying to bring this in. So it was wild, it was fun, and it's why we watch it, man. It's why we watch the UFC, because it always delivers for us. It doesn't, rarely does it let us down. I mean, honestly, I couldn't think of a single show where the whole thing was boring. I can't think of a single show. There's always something. And more often than not, there's normally a lot of reasons to tune in. So, yeah, good. Whoever wins Money in the Bank, would you like to see them cash in on Roman and end Roman's title reign, or would you prefer a clean match to end it? I would prefer a clean match. The only thing I would say is if someone like Cody wins and he cashes in on Roman, I don't think he's picking up both belts. He's going to be only taking, I would imagine, the WWE Championship. So, if you're cashing in on a title, then I'm guessing you're saying which belt it's for. If Cody cashes in, I'm guessing it's got to be for the WWE Championship, which is kind of Raw's championship. So, I can see it being a case where Cody cashes in, wins the WWE Championship, but Roman's historic title reign will still continue because he will still be the Universal Champion. I can absolutely see that being the case as to how they get around this. Now, some people will be saying, that's going to diminish his title reign and everything, but look, they've booked themselves into a corner. Unless he's going to relinquish the belt, he's going to have to get beaten for it. So there's no other way really around it. He's going to either have to relinquish it or he's going to have to get beaten for it at some point. But I think as long as that Universal title reign continues, that's what I'm more focused on. I'm more focused on him getting to... I would like to see it get to 1,000 days. I'd like to see it get to 1,000 days. Whether it can do that or not, don't know. I mean, it can, but whether they'll allow it, I don't know. But, yeah, I don't mind the cash in. I think for someone like Cody, he should announce it in advance. I said before, if it is going to be Cody that wins Money in the Bank and then cashes in, it doesn't feel right that Cody, who is so desperate to win that WWE Championship, is going to try and do it in a sneaky, run into the ring, opportunistic time. It would make more sense that he wants to... surely the whole point of this is to show and to prove that he is the best, right? That's the whole point of it, isn't it? Isn't the whole point of being the WWE champion the fact that you are the best? So in order to do that, I would imagine that Cody, the face, would want to prove to the fans that he is the best and that he is a worthy champion. And I think that kind of running down and cashing in, it's quite a heelish thing to do. To do it at an opportunistic time. I think Cody, the face, would probably be better served to actually announce, I want my match, but I want it at SummerSlam, and do it along those lines. And then have it as a WWE Championship match. It is the cash-in. He gets his opportunity. He announces it in advance. He can talk in the build about if he's going to win it, he's going to win it the right way. You know, his dad almost won it, and his dad didn't sneak up on superstar Billy Graham. You know, his dad was in the ring waiting for his opportunity, and so he is not going to cash in and steal the WWE Championship. That's not going to be how the Rhodes family are going to get the WWE Championship. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and so he'll earn it. I really think that is a better way to go for Cody. It's not the right way for everyone, but I think for this story, it's the right way. And as I said, as the face, that's exactly the kind of thing that he should be doing, in my mind. So, have you heard about Cena coming back? I've heard rumours that he could be on the way back, yes, for a match. I hope it'll be Gunther. I'd love to see Cena against Gunther. I think that would be absolutely brilliant. I'm so high on Gunther. I just want Gunther against everyone, so. Let's go down. Could you see FTR heading back to WWE? No, would be the answer to that. I think they were in WWE and they just weren't treated very well. I don't even know if I believe the story about WWE wanting them. I don't know that I believe that. There's a story going around that WWE apparently interested in FTR now. And it's one of those stories that the dirt sheets have got a hold of and it's doing the rounds. I don't know if I believe it. I really don't know if I believe it. I can't sit here and say it's not true. But the only thing I can say is that they had FTR. And FTR were killing it in NXT. It is no surprise to anyone how good of a team that. It's not as if they were rubbish and then they left and now, oh my God, this team's actually really good. Like, no one's thinking that. No one. Like, everyone knows what FTR are. They're an amazing tag team. But WWE does not care about tag team wrestling. It cares about Randy Orton and getting Riddle over and the Bloodline and Roman and everything, which is why you're seeing a good story at the moment. But you must have a short memory if you can't remember, back to last year, the year before that, where the tag belts just don't mean anything. They're just not a championship that is respected, cared for, a massive part of the show. It's just, do you know what I mean? Like, you tend to get a lot of single stars chucked together and put into teams. Like, Vince has never cared for, like, proper tag division. I think he had one in, like, the late 80s, early 90s. And it was quite expensive. I mean, I do understand. If you think about it, to transport the wrestlers around, put them up in a hotel, get them a changing room, do you know what I mean? Like, catering. For single stars, you only need to do that once. For a tag team, you got to do it twice. A tag team is going to cost you double because there's two of them compared to a single star. So I can understand that you wouldn't want to fill your roster with tag teams, specialist tag teams, because the cost of maintaining that division, you could argue, is not worth the pros of having that division. I think that's the trap WWE have fallen into, which is why you now see a lot of single stars chucked together. And that's why you get, like Cesaro and Sheamus. And then you get Cesaro and Nakamura and Boogs. You get Ridge Holland and Butch and Dolph and Robert Roode, Otis and Chad Gable. Do you know what I mean? It's just like loads of Randy Orton and Riddle. There's 2 solo stars that were chucked together. It's the same with the women's tag division as well. So I find it really hard to believe that Vince has now seen this tag team and gone, yes, I want them. It's like, I don't think he does. I really don't think he does. Why? He doesn't care. He's never cared about tag wrestling. Unless it's like they're doing really well and they're a shiny thing that he hasn't got and he likes the look of and he just wants it for the sake of wanting it. But I ain't buying it. I'm not buying it. I don't think it's true. So will they go back? No. I don't think they would go back anyway, to be honest. I mean, don't forget, they were badly treated on the main roster. And they turned down creative. I don't believe they were released. I believe they asked for their release. So why would they now turn around and want to go back? So, no, don't see it. Mason, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. It's very, very kind donation. Let me see what Mason's saying. Mason says, I think RK Bro unify the belts because Bloodline could split. Then the Usos cost Roman the belt, which leads to a rivalry in the family, including The Rock and Rikishi and other family members. You are my favourite YouTuber. Mason, thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate that support. It really is appreciated. I mean, look, there's lots of ways that you can go with the Bloodline, and that is absolutely one of them. I feel very confident that next year at WrestleMania it will be Rock versus Roman. I really do think we will get Rock versus Roman next year. It's in Hollywood. They've known it's in Hollywood for a few years. You'd be stupid to think they haven't reached out to The Rock and gone, yeah, do you want to do it? And look how big WrestleMania was this year. I think that they've looked at WrestleMania these past couple of years and acknowledged that it hasn't been big enough. I mean, there's nothing you could have done about WrestleMania 36. It was in a flipping warehouse. WrestleMania 37 was back in a stadium, but there was restrictions on the crowd. I think both nights were about 25,000. And I would imagine that, they didn't quite know if it was going to be able to take place or not until it was quite close to the event. Certainly, they were not going into WrestleMania 37 with any kind of certainty. So, very difficult. I would say WrestleMania 38 is the first one in a few years where they've had time to plan it. They knew it would be in a stadium. They pretty much knew that it would be going ahead and there shouldn't be any problems. COVID certainly is still with us. I mean, I actually caught it for the first time a few weeks ago. So I know for a fact it's still with us. But it feels like a lot of people have had it. And if you have had it, then, and the vaccines, obviously, and all of that kind of stuff, kind of feels like the world is in a different place than it was a few years ago. If you've had it once, I'm told that if you get it a second time, third time, it's not as bad. That's what my brother said to me, and he's had it 3 times now. So, if you've had it once, it makes it maybe a bit easier. The vaccines as well make it obviously easier. Yeah, I feel like WrestleMania 38 was an example as to what WrestleManias are going to look like now going forward, or a return to form, if you will. Because, I mean, look, you had Stone Cold, you had Vince having a match, Stone Cold having a match, Triple H coming down, leaving his boots in the ring. I mean, it did feel like a big WrestleMania this year. I don't think anyone watched that WrestleMania this year and went, they phoned it in. They phoned it in. I don't think anyone felt that. I think everyone acknowledged that they went for it. They said it was going to be a stupendous WrestleMania. I think they did a pretty good job. I think the same next year. I think next year they get The Rock and we get Rock Roman. They are going to go for it in Hollywood again. I'm sure of it. So I think that look, there's lots of ways you can go. You can keep the Bloodline strong and then have The Rock appalled by what he's seeing. And have, like, The Rock kind of trying to drive a wedge between the Usos and Roman, trying to, take down the evil part of the family. Or you could have the Usos eventually turn on Roman. They tried to bring Roman down. They can't do it, so they go and get The Rock. There's a few different ways that you can absolutely take it. I don't know which way they'll go because they're all perfectly fine stories. I just looking forward to seeing it play out, to be truthful. I don't mind which way it goes. This is why I like the story. I think there's so many directions you can go, and all of them look really exciting. So, yeah, good. I like the idea, Mason. Shout out to you, dudes. Jeremy said, why should The Rock come back only to job to Roman? Rock has no time in his shooting schedule. He is also doing XFL. So Rock should do it because it's maybe his final match. Because I don't think he's officially said that's it. So I think if you're a wrestler and you're from a wrestling family, wrestling's always going to be in your blood. And I think the opportunity to have one more match on that kind of a stage would appeal to him. You know, he's a wrestler still. Even though he's transitioned and gone to Hollywood, he still loves wrestling, watches wrestling. His daughter is in NXT. So she's a part of NXT. So to think that he's moved away from wrestling, moved on from wrestling, I think would be wrong. He's still passionate about it. It's still... I think he knows that without wrestling, he would not be where he was. He was sleeping in cars. He was crashing at Harvey Wimpleman's place when he was broken, before he got going in wrestling. Wrestling gave him everything he's got now, and he knows it, and he's said it. So I think to come back and see the wrestling fans, we saw him do that at WrestleMania 30, WrestleMania 31, WrestleMania 32. It's been a few years since we've seen him because of the lockdown. But just because of lockdown and we haven't seen him doesn't mean he's stopped caring. I think he would come back. I think there's not many people he would come back for, but one of them is absolutely Roman. He would come back for Roman because that's his blood, it's his family, and if he can help Roman in any way, he will try to do that. I mean, don't forget when Roman won the 2015 Royal Rumble, The Rock came out to hold his hand up to try and get the crowd to cheer. They still didn't, but The Rock came out to try and save that moment, but the crowd weren't having it. But yeah, I think The Rock, I think this is a really intriguing match, massive heel against one of the biggest faces of all time in WWE history. Bona fide legend, I think still the highest paid actor in Hollywood. It just ticks every box, doesn't it? It ticks absolutely every box. If this has been discussed in advance, which it must have, he will know to keep that schedule free. And don't forget, WWE are going to pay very well. I mean, this isn't a case of him doing WWE a favor. They're going to give him millions and millions of dollars. If he has to turn down a movie role to take this WrestleMania role instead, he's going to be compensated. He will get paid very, very well. Very well. Millions and millions. No doubt about that in my mind whatsoever. So I think that, the XFL, it tends to be around February, doesn't it? February, March. I don't know how late it runs into, but he's not actually playing. So, he owns it, and I'm sure he's going to be a part of it, but I can't see any reason as to why it's going to get in the way of him. He's certainly not going to get in the way of him going to the gym. I mean, he lives in the gym, so it won't get in the way of him working out. What he's going to need to do is just find some time to practice the match, but he'll be able to fit that in. I really don't think this one match, preparing for this one match, is going to be the biggest thing. Maybe you don't see him loads in the builds, maybe it's one of those where Roman calls him out, and then as we get closer to WrestleMania, we actually get a video message from The Rock, or The Rock does show up to Raw. It doesn't need to be loads. It doesn't need to be week after week after week of back and forth. As long as the match is confirmed and, you get some video messages from The Rock, maybe Roman reacts to some tweets The Rock put out. I mean, it might not be the most exciting build, but who cares? Can anyone remember the build for Rock Hulk Hogan? It's everyone fixates on the match. Do you know what I mean? It's all about the match. It's all about what happened at the actual WrestleMania event itself. So, yeah, I wouldn't get too bogged down in all of that minutia. I really think it's a done deal. I really think it's a done deal. I think it's a dream match. It's a match they can make next year. I'm feeling pretty good about it. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. Hope you're well, buddy. Do you think Rock Roman would be bigger than Rock Cena? I don't know how you would measure it, to be honest, because you can't measure it by pay-per-view buys. The most bought WrestleMania is WrestleMania 28, and that was Rock Cena. So, WrestleMania 39, if you do get Rock and Roman, then what parameters are you going to judge it by? Because you can't judge it by pay-per-view buys. So, and I think it would be unfair if they released that how many people watched it on Peacock thing. So I'd imagine it would be higher. Do you know what I mean? I'd imagine more people are going to watch this than watch WrestleMania 28, because in order to watch WrestleMania 28, there was no network. You had to buy it, which was going to have been, $50 or whatever it was at the time, whereas now it's $10 on Peacock. I've got to think more people will watch this WrestleMania coming up than the WrestleMania 28. So, I don't know. I don't know quite how you would judge which one is bigger. No doubt in my mind that WWE will spin it, that this one's the biggest ever and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, Rock Cena was huge. Cena was the man. The Rock. It's very comparable. Very, very comparable. Because I feel like Cena was the man. Rock is the Rock. Now, fast forward a few years, Roman is the man. Rock is still the Rock. And yeah, I feel like they're very, very comparable. So I don't know how you would measure it. And that's my answer. I don't know how you would compare. But if there was a way of doing it, I mean, Twitter, I don't even know was around. In fact, I don't think it was. I don't think Twitter was a thing. So you can't look on social media engagements. You can't look at pay-per-view buys. So I don't know. But from a gut feeling, it feels comparable, yes. But The Rock is the final piece of the story, says Sean. Do you think it's a pretty decent show tonight? Well, I hope so. I think the card looks good. I mean, look, you know me. I love Legends. This is a big... We all watch WWE for lots of different reasons, and so do I, but one of the biggest is nostalgia and Legends and... anything where we get to recognize a legend, and that's exactly what Randy Orton is. 20 years. 20 years he's been in the business. And to take a moment to acknowledge that, and maybe, be great if some video packages throughout the evening, and probably won't be, but it'd be great if there was. I think that'll be a lot of fun. I do expect it to get interrupted, but hopefully it's a little bit into the show that it gets interrupted. Becky returning. She's a big star and could be tasty because someone's going to challenge her. Lots of talk about someone coming back. I'd love for it to be Asuka. I've said earlier, I don't know if it will be, but undeniably there is potential there for something to happen. Arm wrestling, I'm not that bothered by. I don't know if anyone's too fussed about the arm wrestling thing. I think the Omos Bobby Lashley thing is difficult because I think Omos just isn't really coming through and shining, and do you know what I mean? It's not really working. We need to see if MVP can really help elevate him. It's a hell of a job. It's a hell of a job that MVP has got on his hands there. We'll see. We'll watch the segment and we'll see, but I don't have the highest of hopes for that segment. And then Sonya against Bianca. I mean, I really like Bianca. I like Sonya. So I think that'll be a fun little match. And it is for the Raw Women's Championship, of course, because got to have a title match every week. Where would we be if there wasn't a title match every week? So, yeah, that's the title match this week. Raw Women's Championship. And then, Cody, Kevin Owens, Seth, Ezekiel, Veer. There's definitely other things to keep an eye on. I feel like WWE's in an all right place at the moment. It's all right. it's hard to read, to be honest, because I said last week, and I do still feel this way, it does feel like something's missing, and I do think it's the champion. I think not having a champion on Raw is a big mistake. I think, like, you know, you should... Who's going after the belt? You know, where's the WWE champion? Who's going after the WWE champion? What are people fighting for? All of this kind of stuff is, you know, really important. And it feels like a big part of the show that's actually just not there. It's missing. It's not there. It's because there is no champion. It's Roman and he's on SmackDown. So this is the problem with just having, you know, one champion that tends to just stick on one show. So... I don't know. The rest of the card looks good, though. I think it will be a good show, but it does still feel like something's missing. But I like the rest of what we're getting. So yeah, I'm up for it. I'm excited. I feel like we're in an all right place. In regards to what was I going to say then? I was going to talk about something. Yes. LSW sent me a tweet, and this was an article that was about WWE looking at bringing in a ranking system. Now, first of all, I don't know if it's true, right? But it was reported by a few decent names that WWE are thinking of doing this. I know straight away everyone's going to go AEW, right? But, okay, you can absolutely do that. The only thing I would say is ranking systems have been in UFC for I don't know how long. Ranking systems have been in boxing for even longer. So you can certainly look at AEW and go, oh, they're stealing it from there, but AEW stole it from other combat sports. I mean, kickboxing, UFC, MMA in general, like rankings are just part and parcel of the sports. So I'm not really bothered about getting into the argument of they're stealing it from AEW and all of this kind of stuff. I actually don't think AEW do a very good job with it. And I think if WWE are going to implement it, and God, I wish they would, if they were going to implement it, I think they need to really look at UFC and see how UFC use it, because pretty much before any fight that involves a ranked person, they show the ranking, they show where they are and where their opponent is, and they talk about, you know, what could happen if they beat them. So, you know, if it's number 7 against number 5, well, if number 7 wins, then, you know, we should be seeing them move up maybe to 6, maybe even to 5. And it adds this, like, all of a sudden, a match that just might not mean anything, all of a sudden does mean something. Like, people are clawing their way up the rankings. You know, right now, it'd be really interesting to know, where's Cody? Where's Cody in the rankings? What number is he? Who has he got to beat? Because right now, I have no idea how far away Cody is from a title shot. No idea. And we've seen how many times, if you just go up to the champion and go, I want a title shot, there's a good chance you'll get one. So I kind of think, get rid of that, because that sucks. I can't be the only one that hates it when someone goes up to a champion and goes, I want a title shot. Yeah? They're just a random person going, I want a title shot. And the champ's got nothing else to do, so they go, yeah, all right then. What's this? What's that? Like, no. I like the idea of rankings. I like the idea of, you know, we sit through so much wrestling. I think it would be better if a lot of those matches that just don't mean anything actually did mean something. Do you know what I mean? Like, all of a sudden now, if Cody beats Kevin Owens tonight, he gets into the top 10. And that is huge. If he can get into the top 10, we know for a fact that that top 10, that's where they look to use the Money in the Bank participants. We know that that's where they look to get the next title challengers from. He's probably going to need to climb a little bit higher, but that would be massive because he'll get a ranking next to his name. Like, seeing how it works in UFC, it's great. It's brilliant. I really, really like it. Like, ranked, there's matches between people that aren't ranked, and once they get on a bit of a streak, like get, say, 2 or 3 wins, they'll then face a ranked person, and if they win that, then they get into the rankings. It's you can understand it. It's clear. It's simple. It's not hard to implement. I mean, it's great. It's great. The only thing Vince would have to just think about is wins and losses mean something then. Because if someone wins, Well, they're going to go up in the rankings, aren't they? This idea of 50-50 booking, like, it doesn't quite work with the ranking system because wins move people up. I could understand then you could give them a loss that would move them back down again, but things all of a sudden do have repercussions. Like, booking does mean something. Like, you could say the number one person gets the next title shot. Well, you have to be very careful then with wins and losses because someone could find themselves being that number one person and Vince might not even want them to be the number one person. Do you know what I mean? Like, it works in UFC because, well, listen, if you get to number one, well done, you've earned it. But in WWE, Vince might not want certain people to get to number one, so he would then have to think about that when he was booking. And that's going to require more thought, more forward planning. And for me, matches meaning something, mattering, wins and losses actually matter. All of this sounds great to me. All of this is brilliant. All of a sudden, wins and losses are mattering. All of a sudden, we got a ranking system. We can see who's next in line. We've got a much better idea as to where the superstars are in the list. I love it all. The only thing I would say is, will they stick with it? Because they did try to bring a ranking thing in before, and it went out the window within a couple of weeks. Do you know, I think, wasn't it like when... I can't remember. Was it like when SmackDown first moved to Fox? They said there was a ranking system. And it went out the window. Literally, no one spoke about it about 2 weeks after, and that was it. It's gone. I can't remember it ever meaning anything. I can't remember it ever actually achieving anything. It was kind of like, yeah, let's do it. Sounds like a good idea. And then they didn't stick to it, and it just went. And, you know, it's only ever going to work if you actually, like, install it into the heart of the show. As I said, that would mean, like, every ranked fighter would need it on the graphic as to where they are in the rankings. You'd have to show the rankings as well before they come out to fight. You know, you would need a little ranking show where they are, who's above them, who's below them, how it all is looking at the moment. You need to make it clear if they win, what does that mean for the ranking? Like, it's a big, big thing to bring in. You can easily implement it. I mean, it's easy to do, but you've just got to stick with it. WWE has kind of shown, I don't know that they would stick to it. You know, they struggle to stick to a brand split, but they just about managed that. They just about managed to stick to a brand split, would they? I'm sure the rankings wouldn't be perfect. I'm sure it'd be frustrating. I'm sure there'd be things that are wrong. But for me personally, I think there'd be some positives to that. So, yeah, that was an interesting story that came through. A very interesting story. I wish WWE had a good tag division, says Cliff. Matthew said, do you watch Liverpool Wrestling Con on YouTube? MJF Sting. No, I didn't even know it was on YouTube. I was aware of the convention, but I didn't watch it on YouTube. If they bring in a ranking system, how do you think they would introduce it? Do they start everyone at 0 and 0? Well, to be honest, I don't know if it really matters about the actual records. So I don't think that your ranking is done really on your record. It should be more on your form. So, for example, you don't need to really keep tabs of people's records. You know, as someone could be 3-50 and still be in the rankings, because as long as they've won their last 3, that's all that matters. It doesn't really matter about the 50 they lost before. It's more important that if they've got 3 good wins, you know, say James Ellsworth comes back, loses 50, and then out of nowhere beats Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes, and Drew McIntyre. Well, after those 3 wins, you would imagine he'd be in the rankings. So I don't think you need, like, the records being kept a hold of. What you need is an idea of just what their winning streak's like. You know, somewhat simple. So I think to introduce it, all you would do is you would just get the Raw roster, the SmackDown roster. Vince would declare what he perceives the rankings to be, and that would be fascinating. And then from that point, every match matters. Do you know what I mean? If you've got 2 ranked opponents that are going up against each other, whoever wins takes a step closer towards facing a ranked fighter. If you beat a ranked fighter, then I wouldn't say you take their spot in the rankings, but you are certainly close. I mean, look, if you face the number 1 ranked fighter and you beat them, it would be hard to argue about them not going into the top 15. I think what they would need to do is just work on those parameters. Just work on those rules so that it's nice and consistent. Once you've got that, I mean, just get Vince to announce what he perceives both rosters to be in ranking order. And you don't need to disrespect anyone. Like, you don't need to rank them all the way down to, like, you know, everyone in order. Just give the top 10. Top 10 for Raw, top 10 for SmackDown. If you're not on the top 10, then, you know, unlucky. Maybe you was close. We'll never know, right? Because we don't need to rank everyone. You just need the top 10 for Raw and the top 10 for SmackDown. And then all of a sudden then you've just got much better visibility as to where's Cody? Is he in the rankings? If he's not in the rankings, then, you know, his next fight's going to be big because all of a sudden now we understand, well, he's got to get into the rankings. And now all of a sudden, when he faces a Seth, faces a Kevin Owens, it matters. It means something. Like, all of a sudden, it's about getting wins and losses matter, and it's about getting into the rankings. And I really do like all that. I've always liked that kind of stuff, though. I like organization. I like clarity. I like to know where we stand with different people. Because you can find, like, 50-50 booking. People win, lose. Couple of wins. They get nowhere near the title. But then someone walks up to the champ, says, give me a title shot. They get a title shot. I feel like WWE could clean all of that up. They could clean all of that up. It would be a big change, but then a brand split was a big change. You know, don't forget, before a brand split was introduced, they'd never done a brand split. It's not like there was a brand split in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s. So until they brought a brand split in, they'd never done that before. So I don't think people should be, like, scared of change. I just think, like, it's important that whatever change you bring in is the right thing to do. I really like it. Other sports do it, you know, and as I said, UFC do it, boxing does it, most combat sports do it, AEW are doing it. I just don't think AEW, you know, as I said, don't go quite far enough with it for me. It's kind of there, but I don't think it really means it. I couldn't tell you who the rankings are. They don't show it on Dynamite ever. Couldn't tell you the last time I saw the rankings actually listed on Dynamite, so it's something that I think they could improve. Vince doesn't have the attention span, says Cliff. That is a problem. That is a problem. Cody's mic game is great. The bottom 10 would be much better, says William. Blue Scorpion said Tommaso Ciampa has had a name change. Now he goes by the name Ciampa. What, they've lost the Tommaso? I haven't seen that. I mean, all I can say is, are we surprised? If that is true, is it the most surprising news you've ever heard of? I'm not a fan of it. I don't know why we're doing it. I mean, the only thing I can say is I can understand them not wanting two of the same names. Like, you know, you don't want two Johns, you don't want two Shawns, you don't want two Michaels. Because if someone says, oh, did you see Michael's performance last night? You could get, like, which one? So I can understand. And maybe we've just got to the point now where we are just having to pick words. Do you know what I mean? Theory, Ciampa, Riddle, like, Otis, Omos. Do you know what I mean? Like, we are just, it's just really, it's pretty strange. The only thing, though, right, is in, like, again, I'm going to say UFC. In UFC, they tend to just put, like, their surnames up on screen. You could go by, in UFC, like, I'm just trying to think, you do see people's surnames, but they have obviously still got a first name. I mean, we don't call Rose Namajunas. We call her Thug Rose. So, you know, maybe nicknames could be a fun way forward. Rather than, like, these weird names that just don't mean anything. I don't know. Just thinking out loud, like, with what they do in UFC. So, we've got Chimaev. People say Chimaev. But his name's Hamzat Chimaev, but people say Chimaev just for short. So, I don't know. I mean, like, I can kind of see the sense in just going with someone's surname. There's sort of that exists in UFC, but then it gets mixed with people saying full names as well and nicknames as well. So, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Don't know. It's one to debate. I think I've been a member for about 12 months, says Edwards. Vince doesn't like using names he doesn't own, says Matt. Otis against Ezekiel tonight, says Lone Star Friend. I honestly don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I haven't seen it announced. Jim, hello. Hope you're well. Said, I thought they would change Tommaso Ciampa's name to Tomato Ciampa. Don't need rankings for Brock Lesnar. I remember some people in here haven't been on a day stream in a while, says Woopak. Hello, Woopak. Shout out to you. Theory is going to end up taking selfies over every WWE star. Yeah, do you know what? I think just chatting then, it's settled in my mind. I think their name should be Austin Theory, right? And it should be Tommaso Ciampa, and it should be Matt Riddle, right? Like, they should still keep their first names. I've got no problem, though, with the first name being in lowercase and the surname being in, like, big letters, and the commentators just saying Riddle, Ciampa. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't mind the commentators and WWE focusing on the surnames, but I wouldn't just lose that first name altogether. You don't need to, just don't reference it. You know, like Antonio Cesaro. His name is still Antonio Cesaro, but we just call him Cesaro. That's his surname. To avoid confusion, because eventually there could be another Antonio that comes in, we focus on the surname. That makes more sense to me. Do you know what I mean? Austin Theory, well, there could be another Austin. You know, people might confuse with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Like, when you're having a conversation, like, oh, did you see Austin last night? What, Stone Cold? No, Theory. Right? So I can understand it from that point of view. So maybe I'm just looking at the graphic in my mind. When they're walking down, the little thing comes up at the bottom. You could have the first name in lowercase, or not bold. Just have it kind of thin lettering, and then the surname you could have in, like, caps lock. Have it quite bold, and the commentators can say Riddle, Cesaro. They can just focus on the surnames. I think it's the idea that we're just getting rid of the first name altogether, and it's just, you know what I mean? I can sort of see the logic. I can sort of see why you would do it. I can understand why you would do it. No one else is surely going to come along with the name Omos, ever. No one else is going to come along with the name Riddle or Theory. That is the name that you can call them and their brand, and nothing's going to interfere with it. Nothing's going to interfere. Like, nothing will interfere with The Undertaker. We're not going to have another Undertaker. So that's his brand, and nothing interferes with that. And yes, ownership, of course, Vince wants to own it. That's why they can't have their own names. But what I'm saying is you could still create a different name, like Raquel Rodriguez, and you could call her Rodriguez. I kind of think there's something there. I sort of see why they're doing it. Right, David Paul, shout out to you. Uncle Dave made the announcement that AEW Rampage schedule could move on May 6th due to the NBA NHL playoffs for the month of May. Did he say where it will move to? Will it move, like, earlier? Will it move to a different day? If it moves to a Saturday, that's going to suck. Just because we have got super busy Saturdays. Right, I've got a black screen. I also have no sound, which is very interesting. Very interesting. Right. We've got... Why have we got no sounds? Why have I got no sounds? Right, we're going over to Raw, and we are opening with Matt Riddle. Riddle is coming out, so I'm guessing he's in the ring, actually. Looks like it's going to be the Randy Orton celebration. So, Orton celebration. Let's go. Riddle in the ring. Oh, hello. Lowercase. He deserves better than that. 20-year career. He deserves better than that. He deserves better than lowercase. 20 years of Randy Orton on TV. I heard Hogan Belair was a backup name if they'd not given him Hulk. Right, we've got so Randy Orton's 20th anniversary celebration. Corey Graves is back on commentary. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that staging as well. Look at that set. So much more exciting. I mean, granted, you know, if you watch it week after week, I'm sure, you know, it got stale. I can't remember back to whether I thought the staging had got stale or not, but looking at it now, it looks brilliant. There is Randy Orton getting his first win, and now we're seeing a video package of him at various shows. That's him really when he first arrived. There he is in Evolution. So that was a big moment for him. That really took him to a different level when he joined Evolution. So that was great. And then it's not too long after this we start like legend killing, which is a massive part of his career as well. And he takes out the likes of Hogan. Quite a few legends, actually. We're just seeing him winning the World Heavyweight Championship. Youngest World Heavyweight Champion. It's a good video package, man. There's the Hogan one. There's Legend Killer. There's taking out Batista, Sergeant Slaughter, Mick Foley. That was good. That was fun. We get into like the Apex Predator. Look at that. Oh. Yeah, that's one of the best of all time. That one he does on Evan Bourne. There's one where Evan Bourne's like in the air and he catches him in the air. There he is, winning the Unified WWE and World Heavyweight Championship. Great video package. First ballot Hall of Famer, says Low Star Friend. Foley, Undertaker, Roddy Piper. I miss the old staging of Raw and SmackDown. The new ones are just boring. I do agree. The new ones are a bit dull. It's just very... They do the job, but they're just very... sterile. It's just nothing really that exciting about them. I said before, like when they were changing the staging, it's like they don't need the fist, but something like the fist. The kind of thing that when you go to see the show live, you look forward to seeing the like if I never went to see SmackDown live when it had the fist. But I know that if I had been to see SmackDown, seeing the fist would have been like one of the most exciting parts of actually going. Like, I can imagine people taking pictures with the fist, or maybe they tried to get as close to it and did like a pose with their own fist and the big SmackDown fist in the background. I can totally see people doing that. If you went to WrestleMania Access, again, I could see people wanting to pose in front of it if it was there. I think it has been there a few times. It was used, obviously, in the Firefly Funhouse match. The fist was used. My best friend, the Viper. the legend killer, Randy Orton. Getting his intro from Riddle. And here we go. We got the CGI snake, CGI viper, as Randy Orton comes out. Great video package. He was very grateful on Twitter for all the support that he had been shown. Randy Orton. 20 years in WWE is a hell of an achievement. It really is. It really, really is a hell of an achievement. If you think about it, 20 years in WWE. Undertaker made his first appearance in 1990. So this is sort of like Undertaker in 2010. So, he's still got a little way to go to, beat The Undertaker. I think Undertaker, officially retired in 2020-ish. So, he might have to go another 10 years here. But it puts it into perspective. If The Undertaker's career is one of the longest, most historic of all time, well, yeah, it was 30 years, wasn't it? He retired at Survivor Series, 30 years on the show that he made his debut. Well, here we are for 20 for Randy Orton. So 10 more to go. 10 more to go, and then he catches up with the dead man. Congrats to Randall Keith Orton. Orton is second to Undertaker for loyalty and time served. It's not showing it on my BT Sports, says Mason. Oh, it is on. It is on. So, video package. Randy Orton making his way down. And just sharing a few words. Very grateful. Next year, Triple H Hall of Fame. Will Cody interrupt? Don't think Cody is going to interrupt. I don't think Cody will interrupt. I think Usos might interrupt, but we've actually got superstars all the way around the ring. David said 2002 against 2022. Amazing for Randy. Yeah, he is from a wrestling family. It's nice. Never fear, Larry is here. Larry, hello. Clint said, imagine him retiring tonight and then all of Evolution will be retired. Arn said, my favorite version is the 2009 Randy Orton. I think that he's, in more recent times, done a lot of work trying to put others over, to be honest. He has obviously done some, was in a feud with Drew to try and get Drew over. He was in a feud with The Fiend. I mean, Fiend was over, but, obviously that was a callback to when he burnt the compound and all of that. He's been working now with Riddle for quite a long time. So he's trying to help get him over. Lots of love for him on social media, as you can imagine. Great video package. Crowds applauding. There was a hug between Riddle and Randy. It says he's having more fun right now than he's had in his entire career. I hope you guys aren't getting sick of me because I'm not going to go anywhere anytime soon. Talks about how the business is in his blood. Yeah, it's good. Hard to hate, Randy said, Darcy. So, Riddle saying a few words now. This is nice, actually, because obviously there's a connection here with Cody coming out, and obviously we're going back to Legacy. So, Cody making his way down. Smile on Cody's face. A little Legacy reunion. So, Cody getting inside the ring. It's easy for me to hate Randy. I think he has overstayed his welcome, says Vin. And they embrace. That's a nice moment. That's a nice moment. That's a pretty cool moment. Look, Cody and Randy embracing. Handshake as well. And here's Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins in a green suit. I'm convinced they're trying to blow up Cody. Not using wrestling as more than one Raw family before. Cody, former Legacy member. Ted DiBiase. I was just thinking that. I was like, man, it'd be so cool if he came out as well. That would be really cool. So, Seth inside the ring. We've got Cody, we've got Randy, we've got Riddle. So it's a nice moment, that Cody and Randy Orton reunion. It's a nice moment. So, Seth cackling away as every Cody Pyro entrance is a failed attempt on his life by WWE. Darcy said it's such an original opening to Raw. It's great so far. It's one of those openings that actually feels like, you know, it's worth watching. It's one of those openings that, like, is really cool to actually see. Cody did steal Seth's spotlight. Boo-hoo, Seth. Should make a poll on who's going to attack Orton by the end of the night. I say Austin Theory, says Tim. Cody Rhodes against Seth Rollins. We are building to that. This started good, said David. Seth's got a pretty green bow on his green suit. Does he? Oh, he does, yeah. Around his waist. So, lots of love for Cody coming out. Seth Rollins trying to steal the spotlight here. Retreat off the grid thing. William, shout out to you. How do I love Cody this much? The return to WWE has done so much for his rating, said Vishal. Do you think Becky, Asuka, Ali, Kane will return tonight? Don't know. Ezekiel's in the ring. I think there's a chance you could get someone, but I certainly don't think that it can be taken for granted. I would love to see Asuka making her way down. I would love that. She is absolutely one of my favorites. Okay, so Ezekiel inside the ring, and Seth is just checking at the hair. Here is Kevin Owens. This is cluttered. What started out as a Randy Orton celebration has now turned into Seth, Ezekiel, Riddle, Randy, Cody, Kevin Owens. Ezekiel Yep, Kevin Owens is here. Blending all the feuds into one segment is surprisingly working for me, says Darcy. Kevin Owens going off here at Ezekiel. He is so fired up about this, isn't he? He is so fired up about the fact that that is Elias. He is just not having it at all. Here come the Usos. Can't say this is the biggest surprise in the world, but the Usos now making their way down. Anyone else we want to shove out there? So they've made their way down now. So Usos making their way down to the ring. Raw is good so far. KO is the best on the mic. So Usos obviously here because they want to get those tag titles, and that is one of the matches at WrestleMania Backlash. WrestleMania Backlash coming up, I think the 8th of May. Not too far away. We're getting ever closer. Everyone's coming out. Kane needs to come out next. I smell a 4-on-4. Could go that way. Who would it be? Usos, Owens, Seth against Cody, Ezekiel, and RK Bro. Mustafa Ali is supposedly on the show, says Jilly. The Riddler is backstage, upset that Seth has stolen his clothes. Here's Adam Pearce. Might be the 4-on-4 match that you were all dreaming of. What a time to be alive. Would have been so good if Ted DiBiase had made his way down. We're actually nearly 20 minutes into this show already, you know. Adam Pearce is here. 8th of May is correct. RK Bro, Cody Rhodes, Ezekiel against Kevin Owens, Seth Rollins, and the Usos. At least they are using Elias and Ezekiel. So they are all arguing at each other. Wow, down goes Ezekiel. RKO to Kevin Owens. Ezekiel goes down. Kevin Owens is RKO'd. An 8-man tag match made. Ezekiel doesn't deserve to be in the ring with those 7. At least 6 of them are future Hall of Famers. So, there we go. 8-man tag team match has been booked for later on tonight. Should be going to commercial break in a second, but we've got Bianca Belair against Sonya Deville coming up tonight. Raw Women's Championship. Actually, up next. There's Kane. Kane's backstage with Bianca. Mayor Kane is here, chatting with Bianca Belair. Rollins is just chilling. Liz Jericho said they should have Kevin Owens think that Cody is Goldust. Right, give me a second. Hang on. I just had to watch that whole thing without sound. I had no sound. No sound whatsoever. I couldn't hear a single word that anyone said. I said just before it started, like the show started, and there was no sound. And I was like, oh. So, like, this is going to be a problem because we're starting with the Randy Orton thing. I was like, damn. So, I was having to look on Twitter to see what people were commenting and taking from the show. So that's why I've just had to quickly run and like reset the box. And hopefully that does it. I must admit though, following the show without any sound, it's just no different. Like, you can so easily work out what is happening. Like, it's so easy to see, like, as people are coming out. And, like, as you said, just built to a 8-man tag match. So, whether there was, like, something said that was, like, super interesting and I've missed it, I have no idea. But I certainly wasn't seeing people in the chat firing off with, like, you know, some kind of, like, key quotes or anything. So, I might have to try and go back and watch that. But, yeah, I was able to pretty much follow it by just seeing what was happening and looking at latest on Twitter and seeing what people were quote tweeting on there. So, good opening segment, though. I mean, it was nice to see so many people coming out. I mean, listen, you don't need words to see Randy Orton and Cody embrace him. So, you don't need anything on that. That's imagery spoke for itself. Yeah, we've got sound, baby! Yes, Queen! There we go. I knew it just needed resetting. Boom. The Coach 97 said, Days happy AAA Triple Mania week. See you on Saturday night in Monterrey, Mexico. I already have a hiding place for my phone, says William. Shout out to you. Street Profits beat RK Bro last week on Raw. This week they wrestle Hurt Business on main event. Are they out the title picture? Well, they are out the title picture, I would imagine, for now. I would imagine that they just want to do Usos against RK Bro for now. I mean, look, Street Profits are going to be around. Whoever are the Raw champs after, I can see the Street Profits picking at the bones. But here's Sonya Deville. Sonya Deville in the ring. I'm trying to see what she's wearing. I don't know if it's like different. They haven't addressed, right? They haven't quite addressed the fact that she lost a loser leaves WWE match in 2020. I appreciate a lot of time has gone, but it would have been nice if it was referenced, because she lost to Mandy Rose. And then she went away, and then she came back as an authority figure. But, like, she's now wrestled a few matches, and it's never been acknowledged that she'd actually lost a loser leaves WWE match. Jennifer, hello. Hope you are well. Macho Man and Ultimate Warrior had a kid, and it's called Ezekiel. That's high praise. Certainly from a, I see what you mean by from a looks point of view. I don't know that he's got the same level of charisma. Let's put it that way. But I certainly see what you're saying from a looks point of view. Jennifer, I hope you are well. Right, here we go. We've got Bianca in orange. She looks great. She's got a bow in her hair as well. Is it a night for bows? What's going on? Seth had a bow. Bianca's got a bow. We've got Sonya. I wondered what was on her eye there. She's got like a line of glitter here. From Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm guessing orange must be like a Knoxville color. There must be a reason as to why she chose that. Here we go then. Raw Women's Championship match. This could be good. I hope it gets time. Bell sounds, and we are underway. The Raw Women's Championship at stake. Against the ropes goes Bianca. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Sonya Deville, who goes out the ring. Sonya getting onto the edge of the ring as she pulls at the leg of Bianca. Pulls Bianca out the ring. Chucks her into the ring. Bianca reverses, and wow, Sonya goes flying over that commentary table. She went hard, man. She literally went flying over it. Just going to have a look at a replay here. Oh, damn it. She's been counted out. Crowd are really quiet. No. No. There's water. We're going to restart the match. No count outs. She's not the I thought she was the official when she had a jacket on. She's a competitor when she's in a wrestling gear. How is Adam Pearce going to allow this? Into the barricade goes Bianca Belair. Sonya goes into the edge of the ring. Bianca picks up Sonya. She's got her by the head. Got her by the hair. That was a good match, says Houston. University of Tennessee is orange and white. Makes sense. EST chants for Bianca Belair as there's a chair to the midsection. Is there no DQ as well? Okay, now there's a DQ. Brilliant. Ah! No disqualification. No. We're going to restart the match. Right here. Right now. No count out. No disqualification. No count outs. No disqualification. Ring the bell. Let's try again, shall we? Corey Graves said, this isn't a joke. This is a brilliant strategy. Here comes Zelina and Carmella. Sonya is ridiculous, says Let Him In. This is stupid, says Matty. Awesome opening segment and already 3 Bianca Belair matches. What a Raw so far. It is true. That's a really good way of looking at it. We went through this with Naomi. Is this a race thing? I don't think it's a race thing. That would be one of the stupidest things WWE would have ever done. Ever in its history. And it's done some stupid stuff. So, I don't think it's that. This is not right. Sonya is wrestling. She's not a WWE official, says Hayden. I don't know where Adam Pearce is, because he was upset this first match got made anyway. How is he all right with it like this, playing out this way? Don't know, guys. Don't think about it. Don't think about it, guy. If you think about it, it might hurt your brains. How do you become a member? You just got to believe in yourself, mate. Believe in yourself, and that is how you can become a member. And also, there might be a little button that says join on the homepage. It looks like a race thing, says Serge. Well, I do agree that the optics so far do not look great on it, but I don't believe that it is intended to be a race thing. And, you know, hopefully we can, once we've moved on from Bianca, we can then move on to, you know, a different race to show that it's not a race thing, because I agree so far, you know, it doesn't look great. But I think it's more a coincidence than anything else. Sonya saw that Orton had the most Raw matches in WWE history, so now Sonya is doing this, says Harley. Sonya is hot, though, says William. Asuka's returning tonight, says Adam. Well, I would love to see it. I hope the Raw is just 3 hours of Sonya restarting the match until she wins. The University of Tennessee Volunteers are orange and white for their school colors. More Bianca is not a bad thing, but please, no Carmella and Corey kissing for the love of God, says Big D. Larry said, I'm sorry, but if Sonya doesn't do this to a white female wrestler, WWE has done this before. WWE is a terrible way of handling that kind of a storyline, but it was genuinely talked of during the Naomi feud because Sonya refused to say why she kept stopping her. She did come out and say that it was because she was entitled. She thought she was entitled to everything. They did sort of address it during a backstage thing. Is Bliss ever coming back? No, never. She's a heel. If it's peeing people off, she's doing a job. Bianca wins. Everyone's happy. It's how it works. Right, no DQ. So Carmella is in the ring. She's holding Bianca and big boot by Bianca. Sonya goes down. Carmella goes down. I don't know where Queen Zelina is. Spinebuster strikes by Bianca. Here's Queen Zelina. Queen Zelina jumping on the back of Bianca Belair. Bianca Belair having to try and deal with Queen Zelina. Deal with Sonya. Has Bianca not got any friends? Has Bianca got no friends? Where's the Street Profits? Why can't the Street Profits get in there and at least stop? Like, they haven't got to hit the women, but can't they just get in the way a bit? I can't imagine Montez Ford is just backstage watching Bianca right now going, I can't do anything. There's nothing I can do. Deville up into the middle turnbuckle goes Bianca. Sonya Deville going over, grabbing a chair. Oh, her hair's come off. Did her hair come off? Did a bit of her hair come off? What the hell happened with her hair? Her hair's still on, but is there a bit of hair in the corner? Shoulder up. What was in the corner? They're not showing the corner of the ring now. And I bet one of the cameramen have grabbed it. So she's still got her hair. She's still got, like, her long hair. And it's gone from the corner now. What was that? What was that? What was in the corner? Straight to Zelina. Goes up. Carmella goes down. Up on the shoulders. KOD. 1, 2, 3. Bianca wins. Bianca wins. Mystery hair, yeah. So Bianca went over to the corner. And then when she came out the corner, part of her hair seemed to stay there. Not all her hair, though. Imagine losing part of your hair during... Part of your hair goes missing during the match. Guys, she gave everything here. She gave blood, sweat, tears, hair. She gave everything. It was Zelina's hair. Was it Zelina's hair? God damn, I'm going to have a look at the replay. It was Zelina's hair. I think it might have been Zelina's hair. It was a glitch. I'm pretty sure it was Zelina's hair. So what? Was Zelina over on the outside or something? And that's what it was. Don't know. I lose my hair all the time, says James. Days is going to find that women use hair extensions. Well, that's what I thought. That it might have been some of the hair extensions. I mean, I am aware that they do get used. But, I don't know. People are saying it was Zelina. I think the Queen's hair got caught when she went over the ropes. Oh, there's different theories and everything now. What's Twitter saying? Twitter will have noticed. Twitter won't let that pass by. Joking, aren't you? Let's have a look. Let's see what Twitter's got to say. Twitter says, where's Alexa? Bianca retains. Did she really have to bury all of the heels? Bianca Belair wins. Congrats to the EST. Finally, it's over. Bianca Belair retains. No, to be honest, I can't see any reference of it. Oh well, I'm moving on. I'm moving on with my life. Oh, look. Look. Can you see how it's down by in front of her arm? But look at that bit at the back. That long bit at the back, I think, gets caught on the ropes. I think it is Bianca's hair that ends up staying over there. Because that, unless it's, yeah, unless that's like Zelina's hair, but I don't think Zelina's hair looks like that. But can you see how that piece is like broken away from the main, I don't even know what you'd call it. Ponytail? I don't know. But that bit at the back, I think she leaves the corner and that bit stays there. To be honest. So, yeah, I mean, there's something going on there. Something's going on. What year was your favourite? Don't know, actually. Don't know. I mean, I've got a soft spot for the old days. I mean, I love things like... I don't know. That's a good question. I see pros and cons to lots of different years. I mean, I think 2001 was exciting because that was the... You know, it started with the Monday Night War, and by the end we had full-on invasions. That one is WrestleMania 17 as well, which is regarded as the best WrestleMania. So I sort of feel that 2001 is such a pivotal year. We're coming out of Attitude, going into Ruthless Aggression. We haven't got to Ruthless Aggression yet. But I sort of feel like that's pretty cool. I think I really like 90... I like 90 and 91, where we've got like Warrior, Macho Man, Hogan. I really like those couple of years, 90 and 91. I think they're good years. 93 is when I first got into it. But I think like 93 I really like. 94 I think is not as good. 95 is not as good. I think it goes down, and then we start to get to like 96 and we build to the Attitude Era. I'm not a big fan of the Attitude Era, so I wouldn't pick anything from that. I would actually go to 2001 probably next, so yeah. Something along those lines. End of days says 2011 for me. 2006 for me says Jose. We're backstage with maybe it was, no, I don't know. You've just gone back on your words. Sonya slaps Zelina. Carmella went to slap Sonya. I'm still your boss. Oh my god, she really slapped Carmella. That was great. She slapped Zelina. And then she really slapped Carmella. That was a hell of a slap. That was a hell of a slap. This Raw was worth watching just to see that slap. Late 80s, early 90s. Got lots of different years coming in. It's a slap off. Guys, a lot of slappers backstage tonight at Raw. She Will Smithed. She did. She Will Smithed them. There'll be an announcement that she's not allowed at the Academy Awards now. Right, we're just seeing AJ Styles getting attacked from last week. Here is, I think it was last week or the week before. Here's Edge, Damian Priest. They're on a mountain of omnipotence. Corey didn't like that very much. That's what you get for taking a couple of weeks off. Yeah, she deserves it. That was from Vince. Those slaps were on point. They were beautiful, weren't they? They were beautiful. 40 minutes gone so far. A little bit of shade thrown to the Tennessee Volunteers. Okay, so he's really ripping into... laying into the crowd. We're better than your favorites. Chew on that. That statement is true. Where's AJ Styles this week? Carmella and Zelina will tell Adam Pearce about Sonya slapping them and breaking Mr. McMahon's law. Days would have loved for Ted DiBiase Jr. to make a surprise appearance, just to have legacy in the ring one more time. Any clue what he's up to these days? I believe he does stuff with the church and does takes kids on summer camps and things along those lines. There was a video, it was quite a while ago now though, of like, where are they now? And I remember seeing one on him. And he was saying about how, you know, the work he does now is really rewarding and loves giving back and all that kind of stuff. So I think it's all that kind of work. I guess the slap wasn't staged. Why would Will want to get banned from the Oscars? Edge talks about Notts County, isn't that a football team? Notts County is a football team. Is this Veer Mahaan? Is this Veer? Is this the Dominic Killer? Is this the Dominic Humbler? Here we go. Veer Mahaan making his way down. I'll make you humble. Carrion would have been great in that group. I agree. Cody will face Roman in the future? Question mark. Yeah, I'm sure. Edge is Jay White at age 55, says Mike. Veer Mahaan making his way down. Damien needs to talk more, says Virtual Fat Ass. Big Time Baxter said, if Sonya versus Bianca rematch potentially happens, could Sonya be a good candidate to win Money in the Bank and cash in on Bianca? Should be an alright candidate. I don't know that she would be the ideal candidate, but she would be all right. I wouldn't hate that. I think there's a few ways that you can go. There'll be a lot of people that want, to see Bayley get it because she's been out the picture for so long. There'll be people that want to see Asuka get it because she's been out the picture for so long. There'll be people that want to see Liv finally get an opportunity. I feel like there'll be a few options that they've got. Rhea Ripley. I mean, Rhea Ripley could beat Liv and then go in with some momentum to Money in the Bank. And Rhea Ripley really has felt like a sleeping giant for quite a while. If you look at how they've pushed Bianca, I don't think what they've done with Rhea Ripley has been anywhere near as good. So, she definitely feels like a top star that's kind of being held back a little bit. So, I don't think they're going to struggle for options for Money in the Bank. I think there's a few different directions they can go. Where were you when Veer finally arrived, says Larry. End of days, WWE are struggling to sell WWE UK tour tickets for this week's tour. Also, they're not letting people sell their tickets. Veer didn't get any reaction from the crowd, says Mason. It's not really much to react to, is there, really? I mean, he's come down, he's beaten up Dominic. There's only so many times you can say thank you. So, yeah, it's a bit flat. I'm not going to lie, it is a little bit flat, him coming out. Rhea needs to be in that group. Rhea is 5'8". She's not a giant. She's pretty big for the women's division. Probably not a giant, but a giant in regards to her potential. Jason says Bianca is worthy of a push. Nothing like seeing your new wife get slapped, said DDF. That's true. Did you see that Sting was in Liverpool? Was he in Liverpool for the convention at the weekend? I'm guessing so. She did feud with Charlotte for the Raw Women's title not too long ago, said Jose. Rhea looks like something, though. Perception is reality. SummerSlam tickets went on sale. Ringside are $7.50, says Heather. I'm going to pass, Heather. I'm going to pass. Not for me. Not for me. $7.50, just a little bit steep. On top of then having to get over there. We are seeing some Instagram pictures. Corey Graves and his wife, Carmella. There's Bianca Belair. Liv Morgan scratching off the face of Rhea Ripley. Cora Jade on a fountain. There's Theory just about to walk through the curtain. There's Mandy Rose. Lovely. Here is Veer Mahaan. Who's he facing? Is it a jobber? Is it a jobber? It's been 600 days. Roman has been Universal Champion. 21 title defenses. 11 pay-per-view main events. 13 unique challenges. That's great, isn't it? That's a hell of a list. The nosebleeds are only $25, but the capacity is 70,000. Well, to be honest, $25 is a bit steep for me. So I'm going to pass. Free would be a bit steep for me because we've got to take into account the fact that I've got to get over there. That's not bad, though, is it? $25 to go to SummerSlam. I can't argue. I mean, granted, you get better views on TV, but it's not bad. This commercial break takes a lot out of the show. I don't like it. Right, Veer is in the ring, and it is... Oh, it's Sam Smothers. I have heard that about Sam, in all fairness. I have heard that. Sam Smothers. Sam Smothers. What a name. Sam Smothers. Have you heard about Sam? No? He smothers people. He gets his toast. He absolutely smothers it in butter. He's an animal. An animal, I tell you. Veer jumping onto the back of Sam Smothers. And you know what? This poor man's Ryback is tapping out. Oh. He's won. Veer Mahaan's done it. Veer is Umaga 2022. Into the ring post. We had the same joke, says Sonny. Oh. It's all right. It's fun to share jokes. Look, Sam Smothers on the outside. Let's go, Ryback. Let's go, Ryback. Is he related to Tracy Smothers? Not judging by his wrestling. Sam Smothers is the GOAT. 5-star match again. That's what you get with Raw. It is 5-star match after 5-star match after 5-star match. Sam Smothers is planted onto the commentary table. It doesn't break. Veer Mahaan is not done. He jumps onto the commentary table. Kicks the script out the way. And there we go. He puts on his finishing move again. Come on, Sam Smothers. Sell it. Sell it, Sam. Sell it. You're gasping for air, Sam. Come on, Sam. Call for your mother. Oh, mother. Ah. Do something like that, Sam. Don't just be like... Next. If you're going to be a jobber, then job. Yeah? Talking of jobbers. Here's Sarah Schreiber. Excuse me, Bobby, excuse me. Interruptatrons here. They're trying so hard. Poor local competitor. Sam got smothered. Here's Omos. So I'm guessing this means that it's going to be the arm wrestling. We haven't got the table in there. Here's Omos. Omos and Bobby Lashley. Born in Nigeria. Why is he not with Apollo? Apollo's all about being in Nigeria and all that. Imagine if it wasn't Commander Aziz with him, it was a Moss. Might make more sense. Veer is overrated. Is he? Do people rate him? I don't know. People were excited to see him finally arrive, but I don't know how much they rate him. Do you think Asuka will return tonight? Don't know. Hope so. I'd love to see it. I think it'll be interesting once we get to the Becky segment. Veer versus James Ellsworth. Book it, Vince. He's no Satnam Singh, that's for sure. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. Funky Fresh says, R.I.P. Sam Smothers. James Chadwick said, Commander, a sneeze. An arm wrestling match now. Yeah, dream match. Dream match. Don't know about you. I tune in for arm wrestling. I rather wait for Veer to still arrive than seeing those squash matches. Is it me, or did I not know that Amos was Nigerian, says Harry. I feel like I did know, but I wouldn't have had confidence in it. Becky to face Asuka. I'm calling it now, says Dave. Blaze Radio said, Veer, the best thing to come from the Pittsburgh Pirates baseball team in decades. John said, Veer isn't overrated if you expect him to add nothing to the show. The squash matches do nothing to help the wrestlers get over. When will WWE learn? Well, I think I disagree a little. I think the ones that Gunther's had, the first one Gunther had was amazing. And then the second one was just more of the same, really. I think you only need to do squash matches for as long as you've got different things to show. There's no point going out there just doing the same thing week after week. But if you go out there and you show, you know, your, like, chops and all that kind of stuff, that's cool. But then if the next week, if you want to go out and show, like, you know, multiple power bombs in a row or something to show you've got that side of your game as well, or maybe you want to show, you know, that you can take the fight to the outside and you're going to slam them through commentary tables. Maybe you want to show, like, you know, some vicious clotheslines, or, you know, as long as you're showing something new and something that really stands out and it gets, like, a replay and that's the focus, I kind of feel like that's all right. But what I would say is, what did we just get from that? I mean, nothing. I didn't see anything. What I also saw is him getting the finishing move over. But I feel like that's pretty established now, if you've been watching him the past few weeks anyway. So I feel like jobber matches can work as long as you are using them to show something. And actually, you know, the commentators are like, oh my God, did you see that? That's one of the most vicious clotheslines I have ever seen in my life. And then they show a replay of it, and do you know what I mean? Then you'd be like, my God, he's got amazing slaps, he's got amazing clothesline, he's aggressive, he's brutal on the outside of the ring. Like, you know, as long as you can show a different thing, then it just builds them up. But if it's going to be like that, where it doesn't actually achieve anything, then I agree. What's the point? What's the point in doing it? John Cena said for 20 years, Randy Orton has cemented his legacy as one of the best in WWE history. Drew said, one of the greatest of all time. You've helped me inside and outside the ring. You've made me step up my game. Triple H said only a few actually make it to the very, very top of WWE. Almost no one can do it for 20 years. I've had the honor of watching Randy Orton do just that. Really feel like the program with Ray planned with Dominic Angle, but he got injured. So they're just doing the squash until he comes back. William said an Asuka love interest. I'm ready to do that. I'm ready to be that love interest. I'm ready to perform that role. Give me a call, Vince. I'll get it over. I'll make it work. 8-man tag. There we go. MVP and Omos are in the ring. We've got the arm wrestling table in the ring as well. MVP said he's looked forward to this day. They haven't been called divas for about 4 years. Omos has nothing to bring to the table. Being 7 foot tall does not make fans care about you if there is no talent or personality. I wish Triple H could have one more match, says Nigel. I agree. Lashley versus Omos arm wrestling next. Chris said Omos will break the table. Right, they're letting MVP do some talking, first of all, saying that this guy is better than Bobby Lashley in every conceivable way. We are talking the Colossus Omos. Again, laying into Knoxville. They're laying into Knoxville a lot. Okay, so he's just saying what Omos is going to do. They're so high for Raw today. I can tell. Love himself. Where is JR to do commentary when we need him? Here comes Lashley. I really don't think what MVP was saying there was having any effect whatsoever. Here's Bobby. Giants in WWE don't work anymore. They push them to the moon just to lose to the top guy. Bum ba ba dum. Bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 bum. Right, Bibby making his way down. It's all very polite, isn't it? It's like, yay, welcome, Bobby. Good to see you, mate. Well done. There's no, like, visceral passion from the crowd. I mean, in all fairness, it's a arm wrestling match, so what do you expect? Okay, here we go. Okay, he is big, though. When you see him opposite Bobby, it is impressive. Bobby, Bobby, Bobby. Teach him some humility. God, look at the size difference. I reckon his muscles are probably about the same size, though. Amos not even straining here. Bobby's straining. The Colossus is about to beat you. You are nothing without me. Bobby looking over at MVP and he's managing to get it to go the other way. The oldest trick in the book. Oh, I'm losing. I'm losing. I'm losing. Oh, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. Now it's going back to the middle. You're in over your head, Bobby. I wish he had a bit more of that kind of Rocky. You're in over your head, Bobby. You'll never make it, Bobby. Bobby wins. Arm wrestling this week, flexing competition next week, just like when Triple H and Steiner did it, said Justin. Rafi said, what have I missed so far? Bianca retains. And there's going to be an 8-man tag in the main event. That's about it, I think. Face first into the arm wrestling table. Bobby is down. You're nothing without me, Bobby. You should have listened to me, Bobby. You're a bum, Bobby. Oh, this is over the top. Bobby's muscles are pumped with air by Vince. It's quite the image. The almighty Bobby Lashley. You got to check the exclusive video on Twitter with Kane and Ezekiel. It is actually funny. I'll be the judge of that, Darcy. But I believe you. He's got the arm wrestling table. He's picked it up. He's going to drive it into the throat. Oh, into the chest. Into the chest of Bobby. And again. Give him one more. And again, arm wrestling table. Being driven into Bobby's chest. At least Lashley's eye is already crooked. God, that sucked. Bobby's hand was busted open. I hope Roman will be on Raw, said Tarek. There is your almighty, says MVP as Bobby is down. There is your almighty. Oh, he's wrecked the mat. Did you see he broke the mat? He picked up the table, threw it down the entrance ramp, but the corner got caught in the mat and he's ripped the mat. That'll have to come out his wages. That mat is... I'm amazed that Vince hasn't come storming down. God damn it! I'm not made of money. Sorry, boss. Yeah, look at that. He's ripped it. Unbelievable. Bum, ba, ba, dum. Bring back Dutch Mantel. Floor is buried. Yeah, floor's buried. They buried the floor. Absolutely right. Hitting him with a padded table. Lol. If anything, Balor needs to go back to New Japan. AEW is full to capacity. Matt Botch. That's good. I like that bit. Dana saying our love has only grown stronger. They cut to Nikki ASH going... We're just seeing last week's dual wedding fiasco. It was a fiasco. Can't escape it. Most people would have sued her, but I don't do that. WWE loves to bury stars. WWE tours Newcastle, London, Paris, and Leipzig, starting Thursday, ending Sunday, 1 week before WrestleMania Backlash. Okay, so we're just seeing last week where partners got switched around, and it's pretty crazy. There's Tamina smooching with Tozawa. There is Dana smooching with Reggie. I mean, do you know what, right? All I'm going to say is Reggie... Do you remember Reggie came in as Carmella Somalia? The guy can't wrestle. He does, like, Cirque du Soleil stuff. But fair play to him because, goddamn, man. He's took what little talent he's got. And he has stretched it further than I thought possible. Yes, where are we with all of this? Right, R-Truth is coming out. That entire segment made no sense. Do you think WWE will commit to a proper push for Ezekiel? I don't know what a proper push is. I mean, I can see him having a match with Kevin Owens, but I can't see it being a character that's going to massively get over. Oh, mixed tag match. So, Reggie and Dana versus... Are they married? Did they get married? Are they still married? Does anyone actually know? Does anyone actually care? Are they married? Does anyone know if they're married? This Friday. What's happening Friday, WWE? Tell me. Beat the clock, I quit challenge. I don't know if the SmackDown results leaked. I'm almost sure they did. I have not seen them. I did not see them. It's a tape SmackDown, isn't it? I did not see it. Asuka will return tonight. Kane will be at ringside, says Adam. Big Time Baxter said, Days, I'm not sure how you feel. Quite emotionally strong, thank you. But I feel like Balor just doesn't fit WWE anymore. He's been thrown little hints and remarks on Twitter regarding Bullet Club. I think he fits, but he's got to be given something good to do. And he just hasn't been given anything good to do for a long time. I used to be addicted to not showering. Luckily, I've been clean for 5 years, says Kojiko. Nice. Dana's real husband might care. Might not. Do you know what I mean? He might be getting that all the time. So he might welcome the peace. Who knows? Last week on Raw, Truth mispronounced Dana's name as Dana Brooks. I think he might do it again. It's a bit of a running joke. It's good. If Bayley comes back, she will be on SmackDown along with her friend Sasha Banks, but Bayley will be surprised when she sees that Naomi and Banks formed a team. Sean said Finn Balor likes making money. It is a tape SmackDown, and the card and winners have been leaked. Hello, Ledge Killer. Hope you are well. That sucks when they do that because, I mean, do you know what I mean? People don't need more of an excuse to not tune in. So, I can't imagine that's going to be massively helpful for the ratings, but... Sonya Deville said, Bianca Belair, go to hell. Wait, let me give you the keys so that you can get in. Days, you are the soundtrack whilst I'm folding laundry. Brilliant. It's the only soundtrack you need, bud. Is us watching Reggie and Dana Brooks versus Akira Tozawa and Tamina. That's it. I mean, you will not find greater content than this. This is top drawer content right here. Us discussing what is happening during Reggie and Dana versus Tozawa and Tamina. I am living my life to the max right now. This is as good as it gets. I know who wins. Good for you. Rafi said, do you think Dakota will leave NXT soon? I don't know, to be honest. I mean, she's been there a long time. I don't know what her current gimmick is, though. Her current gimmicks... It was her hearing voices and acting all weird, and it's probably the least interesting she's been since she's been in NXT. I liked her as a face, and then they turned her heel. I thought that was fine. But then since she lost to Raquel all that time ago, she's been, like, twitching and acting all weird. Just kind of seems like they don't quite know what to do with her. Unless they're now doing something with her, I don't know. Here's R-Truth. You're here for couples counselling. I've got a license in keeping couples together. He's got a master in togetherness. Oh, that's good. I would tear you apart to keep you together. You've all got 99 problems, but love ain't one. Zip it. I had a little talky talk with Adam and Sonya. Why was Sonya said like that? I had a talky talk with Adam and Sonya. Yeah, no 24/7 rules during this match. Forget it. Yeah. No. Special guest referee. Yeah. Certified. He's got the referee certificate as well. He's got a certificate in togetherness. He's got a certificate in refereeing. I'm hoping this match goes to time limit draw. I'm hoping for an hour Broadway here. That's what I want. I'm hoping that this sees us get deep into the third hour of Raw. This match. I can see this being a Meltzer 5-star classic. Being compared to some of those All Japan tag team matches from the 90s. He's got a certificate in togetherness, and he is determined to use... I mean, in all fairness, if you had one, you'd want to use it, wouldn't you? I like part of Tamina's ring gear, and then parts of it I don't like, but I like the flowers on the sides. Are they going to kiss? I feel like they're going to kiss. Are they going to kiss? It felt like Dana and Tamina were about to kiss. Well, that was cool, man, by Reggie. That's cool. Tozawa comes in for a clothesline. Reggie just misses it as he kind of like does a great flip. Kick to the midsection. Ducks underneath. Tozawa's in there. That was sick by Reggie to avoid that clothesline. That was really damn good. I'll give credit where it's due, man. That was damn good. Oh my god, that was good as well by Tozawa. The height that he got on that senton. Oh, it's over. Tamina and Tozawa win. Tamina and Tozawa get the victory. There was a couple of things in that match I actually genuinely really liked. Tamina pulls down Dana Brooks. R-Truth throws Tozawa into Tamina. R-Truth's telling Dana Brooke to run away. Oh, he's rolled her up. 1, 2. He's trying to referee it himself. What are you doing? I trusted you. I trusted you. Dana Brooke running away. She can't trust anyone. Jeez, what a mess. She's got married. She can't trust her husband. Now she can't trust R-Truth. Her husband lost the match. It's a right mess. This 24/7 thing's been a disaster for her. I did think that Tamina Snuka and Tozawa would win. That was riveting, said Cliff Beavers. Do you think R-Truth is going to leave WWE and go in the Hall of Fame? Well, I think going in the Hall of Fame, I can definitely see he's been a good servant. He's done everything that's been asked of him. He's had a pretty long career as well. So, yeah, I think you know, as the years go by, I think all the time the likelihood of him going in the Hall of Fame goes up and goes up, goes up. So, we'll have to see when his career ends, how long he's been in WWE for. But I think there's a really good chance. I mean, listen, if Queen Shamel can get in, it doesn't leave you much room for anyone else to not get in. So, I think yeah, there's a good chance he gets in. You're damn right. It's been a disaster for Dana Brooke. New shirt, DTA. Dana, trust anyone. Dana, trust anyone. Dana, trust anyone. I like that's good. Red paint. Rafi said, Truth needs a plan to win the 24/7 title. Cappy Caveman said that was the best match of the night. There was a couple of things in there I really liked. I love the height on that senton from the top that Tozawa got. And I really like when Tozawa went for the clothesline. And just, I mean, honestly, it was like just Reggie getting out of the way. Did you see a lot of the crowd's faces during the mixed tag match? There was a lot of miserable faces questioning what they were seeing. Well, listen. If you're going to buy a ticket to Raw and go to Raw and you're going to get a segment like that and you're going to be surprised, then that says to me that you don't watch Raw. So, I have no sympathy whatsoever. Because this is Raw. I don't feel like I don't even think we're watching a bad Raw. I don't even think this has been that bad. Like, in-ring has been lacking. But in-ring lacks most weeks. I thought the opening with Randy was really good. We got a women's title match. I didn't think it was brilliant, but we got a women's title match. I didn't think the arm wrestling thing was brilliant, but it's not the worst thing I've ever seen. There was a couple of bits in that mixed tag match, like, I mean, it's Raw. R-Truth is a great wrestler. At one point, he was one of the best Ron the Truth killings, says Dragon Zen. Cliff said Truth is a better wrestler than he is allowed to demonstrate. He just so happens to be a very good comedian as well. What now? Big time Bex! Right. Ladies and gentlemen, big time Bex is making her way down. She's got her different hair. She's kept the different hair. She looks sad. She's walking slow. She looks like she's just stepped off a spaceship. Big time Becky is here. We want Asuka. 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 Come on. Da-da-dun. 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 Da-da-da-da-da-da-dun. Boom. It's only money. Love it is the way. Boom. 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 No. Dun-dun-dun. Yes, come on. It's been too long. It's been too long. Big time Bex getting inside, looking like the sad mom of the Paramore girl. When will little Jimmy come back? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sure he'll make an appearance before R-Truth hangs it up. Here we go. 20-minute promo. Becky looks like a Power Ranger. She's dressed like a member of Kiss. She is, actually. That's a really good shout. She is. Dressed like a member of Kiss. We want Asuka. Tim said no Asuka because I'm not ready for Asuka. We need the Empress back, says Heather. I know. Oh, God, I know. Oh, I've missed her. I missed her. It's been hard. It's been hard. It's been a long road. It's been a harsh, unforgiving road. I can't remember the last time we saw her. I can't remember. I don't know if I've ever seen her. Asuka should definitely come back during this match or after it ends. Asuka time. Here we go. Halftime scores. We're about 8 minutes early for that. Austin said I've missed Asuka. Not as crazy as I was picturing. I want to see the kiss in it. It's not halftime yet. The boots look ridiculous. Al said we want Alexa. You know. I want Asuka more. If Asuka comes back, I really, really hope they give her a couple of wins. I hope they give her all the wins. Or literally all. Not a couple. All the wins. However many wins are going, give them to Asuka. Heather said, I genuinely love that woman. How can they keep her off our screens? Don't know. I think we're being punished for something. Perhaps we've upset someone. I don't know. If Asuka doesn't show, my score will definitely drop, said Stuttering Steves. Who is Becky facing? Well, no, it's just she's back. First time we're seeing her since WrestleMania. That is the story. The story isn't that she's having a match here. She ain't wrestling in them boots. I can tell you that much. So I ain't expecting her to get into the graps. Will Becky have a rematch against Bianca Belair at WrestleMania Backlash? I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I would imagine we're probably still going to stick with the Sonya feud, but we'll find out. Easy peasy! Asuka is here. Bring back my Empress, says Butterstarch. You'll get Asuka if the rumors are true. How funny is it that Becky left for pregnancy, Asuka was on top, then when Asuka left, Becky came back. Now's the time Asuka versus Lynch 4. Come on! Come on! Is Asuka rumoured tonight? There was talk of it, yes. But I don't know where they came from, to be honest. I don't know where the rumours came from, so I don't know how concrete they are. You know how these things go around. Alexa Bliss is still enjoying her honeymoon. What if she isn't? What if she's not enjoying it? Did you think about that? I don't want to start trouble. Right, here we go. We're going back. We're going back. Come on. Black screen. Yes, now we're inside the arena. I don't even want Becky to say a word. I just want it to go. Da-na-na, da-na. No, not do that noise, but it just, before she even gets a chance to speak, just hits and. Money, money, I'm in the man. Boom, 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 boom. Right, here we go. Yeah, you lost your belt. Yeah, you're super sad. We want Asuka. We want Asuka. We want... Come on, everyone. Asuka. 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 You look stupid. You look stupid. This be the part of the show where I'm having beers and I'm like, yeah, here we go. I've not wanted to show my face because I don't know who Becky Lynch is. You're a loser. You're a loser. You're a loser. Asuka, Asuka, Asuka. She didn't recognise... Well, she has changed her hair. She can't recognise herself anymore, guys. She looked in the mirror. She's like, who the hell's that? Did no one tell her that she's changed her hair? She's hit rock bottom. It's over. That's it. That's all she's got to say. She's going to put the mic down. Look, she looks broke, weak, vulnerable. Like a wounded animal. Wait a minute. If I've hit rock bottom, then there's nowhere else to go. I don't feel like her delivery of this is very good. Like, I didn't believe she was upset. And now I'm meant to believe she's just had this revelation. What, in the ring? I don't think she can act. If the goal is to make me believe that she came in genuinely sad, and then in the middle of the ring she's just realised if I've hit rock bottom, the only way is up. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! We want Asuka! We want Asuka! Please stop talking! Please stop talking! Yeah! Come on! She's back, baby! The rumors were true! The boyhood dream has come true! The Empress has returned! Asuka is back dancing away down to the ring! Go on, girl! Go on, girl! Look at it! Look at it! Making her way down. I feel like it's been about 20 years since we've seen her. Dancing away. Oh, so good. CGI mask in the ring as well. Ah, it's her world. We just live in it. It's her world. We just live in it. Give her the belts. Give her all the belts. Give her Money in the Bank. Who should win Money in the Bank? Asuka. Who should be the champ? Asuka. Who should win Royal Rumble? Asuka. That's it. It's done. Game over. Game's changed. Game's changed. Yeah! Not a clue what she said. Asuka! Asuka. Oh, we got a little sexy striptease on the go here. Woo. Little wink. I will stop you. Because no one's ready for Asuka. She's like cartoon angry, Becky, isn't she? She gets cartoon angry. I think she just bopped her on the nose. She's like, bop. Oh, look at the spinning back fist. Oh, she's so good. Oh my God, I love this woman. Jeez. That's it. No words from Big Time Bex. Big Time Bex can't say anything. There's nothing to say. The Empress has returned. That's all you need to know. Little bop on the face. 280 days. That's how long it's been. 280 days. Banana. 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 Dun 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 dun. So Asuka makes her way down. Trying to find I want a nice picture of her in the ring with Becky. That's what I want. Maybe where she's bopping her on the nose or something. It's cool, man. So pleased that she's back. Really, genuinely missed her. She's like one of the things I love most in WWE. In all of WWE. She's absolutely amazing. There's lots of GIFs doing the rounds. Oh, so good. I tell you, Twitter is just blowing up right now. Obey the Empress. Statlander did the bop first. Yeah, but Asuka did it better. Butterscotch, she is finally here. She is finally here. I just saw 280 odd days. 280 odd days. That's a damn long time, man. That's a long time. Backstage with Street Profits. Boom, 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 boom. Right, Street Profits backstage. Okay, so Street Profits want to make sure that they're still involved here because they were involved and they've been kind of moved to the background, haven't they? We're coming for the unified tag titles, said the Street Profits. And we want to smack Finn Balor coming out next. So, Finn Balor making his way down. Bum, 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 bum. We want the smoke. Right, let me get Balor coming down. Raw moment of the month. Oh, definitely, buds. Definitely. Trying to find like some really nice. I've got a good picture there. I think that's pretty good. If you've not seen, Asuka has returned. Here's the image of her on Raw. She actually came out during Becky Lynch. Becky Lynch coming out broken and talking about how she had hit rock bottom. And while she was talking, all of a sudden, the music hit, and there was Asuka making her way down. She cut a promo saying that she wants Becky Lynch because no one is ready for Asuka. There wasn't really much said, actually, in the, between them. In fact, I don't think Becky said anything at all. She went to go to hit Asuka, missed Asuka, went for a spinning back fist. But really, this was just about this moment. It was just about the return of Asuka. She is back after being away for over 280 days. I mean, that is stunning. 280 days without Asuka. But a massive return, a big moment on Raw. And honestly, probably, dare I say, the most significant thing that's happened since WrestleMania. So, yeah, massive. Great to have her back. And it seems like she will be in a feud with Becky Lynch. Let's get rid of the picture. Raw's gone to commercials. She looks to be in great shape, said James. Tim said, 0 for 10 for me because I wasn't ready. 0 out of 10 because I wasn't ready for Asuka. You've always got to be ready for Asuka, dude. I mean, that's on you, isn't it, mate? That's on you. I mean, the rumors were there that she was potentially coming back, but as I said, you know, not going to believe it until you see it. And there it was. Asuka returns to WWE to interrupt Becky Lynch. Big moment. Cool moment. Great moment. Can't really see anything reaching those heights tonight. Although there was talk of a few other potential returns. So that might not be the only return we get actually tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Right, do you want to do halftime scores? And we'll get them done now, because we are at commercial break. So fire in your halftime scores and what you think of the show so far. There's not going to be any time to sing the song. I'm sure you will understand. Well, I hope you understand, because we are already at commercial break. So we've got a 6 from British Soundboard Pranks. Got a 7.85. Dave said easy peasy, 10 out of 10. Solid show so far. Dizzledog said 7.65. Zachary says 10 out of 10. Blue Scorpion says 6. LD Cool says 7. Stone9540 said 5.5. Trey Gaming with a 6. Sunny with a 7. Darcy says Asuka out of 10. 1987 Big Fan says 6. Shannon says 8. I was expecting to see Asuka, and I still wasn't ready for her. J14 with a 7, Bonkers with a 5. Well, it kind of goes from Edge's music into Damian Priest's. Don't like that at all. Representing Judgment Day. Is that what they're called? They're called Judgment Day. Okay, so Damian Priest getting inside the ring. Is that what they're called? Judgment Day? I don't like that. Judgment Day? Okay, so we've got Damian Priest inside the ring. Let's try and get back to the chat. Yeah, it's hard. Okay, that should be better. Let's refresh. So we are underway with Priest and Balor. They just announced them as being called Judgment Day. Judgment Day, which I think sucks. Judgment Day sounds like a pay-per-view name. I agree. I don't like it at all. Don't like it. Raw is lag. Someone new is going to join Edge's faction tonight, says Sambor Pranks. Right, we've got Finn Balor against Damian Priest right now. So, yeah, I didn't like the music. I think we were lagging as, like, the music thing was happening, but The music was really weird. Edge of the ring for Balor. The music was really weird. It was like Edges, and then they just stopped playing it, and then they started playing Damian Priests. I didn't really like that. And then they announced them as being representing Judgment Day. I don't like that name either. So, yeah, I think we've swung and missed a couple of times there, to be honest. The Damian and Edge would be cool. We've seen this match about 10 times. How do you like the Edge faction? I know a lot of people are 50-50 on it. I mean, I like Edge's new music. I like him in the suits. I don't mind him in the chair. Don't mind Damian Priest being with him. I think they probably could do with at least a third member. I think they need a cool name. I don't think Judgment Day is it. I think, yeah, I mean, I must admit I'm 50-50 on it. I think it could work, but it feels like we're, on ice at the moment. We're kind of, it's all a bit uncertain. Who would be in a Great Balls of Fire faction? Well, the first person I think of when I think of that is Samoa Joe, because I'm sure Samoa Joe main evented that show against Brock. I'm sure it was Samoa Joe against Brock. So whenever I think of Great Balls of Fire, I always think of Samoa Joe. But he's not there anymore. And I certainly don't think Brock would be in that faction. So, I don't know. I don't know if I can give you an answer on that one. Because the people that were probably on that card aren't, here anymore. There's certainly a chunk of them. I might have a look, actually, and see who was on that card. Great Balls of Fire. WWE. It's a show from the 9th of July, 2017. The main event is Brock Lesnar against Samoa Joe. Only lasted 6 minutes. Heath Slater against Kurt Hawkins was the match just before. Heath Slater's gone. Kurt Hawkins has gone. Samoa Joe has gone. Braun Strowman against Roman Reigns. Braun Strowman's gone. Miz against Dean Ambrose. Dean Ambrose has gone. Sasha Banks beat Alexa Bliss. Okay. Cesaro, gone. Against the Hardy Boys. Gone. Big Cass against Enzo. Gone. Bray Wyatt against Seth Rollins. Bray's gone. Neville against Akira Tozawa. Neville's gone. So 12 people have gone off that 9-match card. 12 people have gone. Only 9 matches, 12 people have gone. So who would be in a Great Balls of Fire faction? I think Samoa Joe, Braun Strowman, and maybe Bo Dallas. Something like that. 3 or 4 people that are no longer with us. I mean, they're not dead. They're just not in WWE anymore. I would love some sort of crazy Bonnie and Clyde type character run from Seth and Becky in the future. Both crazy and helping each other out like an evil power couple. That would be entertaining. Going Go said, what do you think about Finn versus Cody feuds? To me, it wouldn't matter who the heel or the face was. I'm thinking in-ring talent could be epic. Your thoughts? I would turn Balor heel, to be honest. I wonder if Balor will join this group. I mean, a lot of people have said Balor's got that demon side to him, that darker side to him. What if this storyline plays out with Balor joining this group, and then you could do Cody against Balor with Balor being the heel? So I would go that way. So Go, shout out to you. I hope you're well. I would go that way, buds. Days, your man garden could talk. What if your man garden could talk? What would it say? Probably just scream. Great Balls of Fire faction. Seth and Becky as Bonnie and Clyde is an awesome idea, says Scam Lightly. The Demon would fit well with Edge. Yeah, I'd like to see it go that way. I'd like to see it go where the way whereby he joins this faction. I think that could be really fun. Balor over in the corner as Damian Priest comes over. That is a great picture. Look at that face. Look at that face. How can you not love that face? Look at the smile there. That is cool. Oh, look at that. Welcome back, Empress. It's all social media is talking about right now. Balor is struggling against Damian Priest. Damian Priest wins. Damian Priest beats Finn Balor. Damian Priest. Damian Priest victorious. Damian Priest wins. I think Rhea Ripley would be perfect for the Judgment Day faction, says Dave. Demon will most likely come in and just lose to one of them, said Nick. Damian Priest goes down to one knee to Edge. Edge laughs and tells Damian Priest to get up. You've shown the correct amount of respect. Damian Priest with his arm in the air. More to come. We've got the big 8-man tag match to come. 8-man tag match. Asuka returns, and I forgot about Liv. Who's Liv? I'm calling a demon tease, says Nick. Balor relegated to a jobber again. 8-man tag match getting closer. We are building towards it. That's sure to be our main event tonight. Here's The Miz. Who's he feuding with at the moment? I don't actually know who he's even feuding with right now. I don't know who The Miz is feuding with. Mace should have attacked Priest from behind. Judgment Day is going to be the darker version of the Bloodline. Finn has been effed over and over, says Cliff. Up next, Miz against Theory. Oh, Miz TV. Okay, I thought it was a match. I was like, Miz against Theory? Heel against heel? What are we doing here? Right. Miz TV with Theory. Miz TV and Austin Theory. We've got 9 minutes to go until we're into the final hour. This segment was spoilt for me on Twitter. I didn't even know we were getting this, to be honest. Miz has had the most legendary career that no one cares about. BRB, I think days like AEW better than WWE. It's funny, whenever I do a WWE stream, there might be the odd person that says that. And then when I do an AEW stream, there's people that say I prefer WWE. Or show favoritism. Just can't win. Can't win. I don't even bother trying anymore. Rafi said, I like to see Miz versus Theory for the title. Raw is so long, said Master Chief. Presto said, OMG, I'm so happy that Asuka is back. Are you happy that she's back? I'm not just happy. I'm sick. Sick with excitement. It's amazing. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. 280 odd days, man. That's a long time. Too long. I think days like AEW better than WWE, says Brad. Will you stream NXT tomorrow? No. It's not part of our schedule anymore. It's nothing to do... I've explained this. It's nothing to do with NXT. It's everything to do with the fact that I need some time to work on videos for the channel. So those videos should start dropping as soon as the football season's done. As soon as the football season's done, and then like don't have that the channel to have to really worry about then we're rocking and rolling. We're rocking and rolling. The days Asuka simping train is real. You're all aboard. All aboard. That's an unhealthy level of excitement. What is the main event, says Tarek? I think it's the 8-man tag. Red Pain said, do you think it would mean more if Becky had the belt with Asuka coming out? Yeah. It would mean... It might, well, I don't think her return would mean more, but I think the feud would. I mean, to be honest, I want Asuka to win this feud. I don't want Asuka to come back after being away for 280-odd days and comes back and loses, so... Two Hottie Entertainment said, what team do you support? I support Man United, but it has not gone well. Let's put it that way. Do you watch TNA? No. The demon character might be fitting for that faction, said Nick. Jilly said, in all fairness, I think Asuka probably needed an extended break. She brought us through the entire pandemic without a break for a couple of years. Larry said, main event, 8-man tag. I have found a room rental and I am hoping to be in it by May. Good luck, Sonny. Good luck. Kind of like full circle, but still take this anyway. Right, here we go. We are going back. We are still about 6 minutes away from the final hour. So we are getting there. Here is Ms. TV. What do you like more, WWE or AEW? I genuinely think they've both got things that are good and things that are bad. I think Danielson could be the best male wrestler. And, well, Deeb could be the best female, but now Asuka's back. So I think there's some good stuff on AEW, but then I think they do some rubbish as well. And I feel exactly the same about WWE. I think there's some good stuff, and then I think there's some rubbish that they do as well. And we've seen a little bit of a blend of that tonight. But Asuka coming back was awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, for the new United States champion, Theory. I'm going to be at Raw next week, says MJ. Think the call. Have fun, dude. Enjoy it. The Coog said, I believe the only member of Bullet Club from New Japan in the E right now is Prince Devitt and AJ. Wouldn't be surprised if Tama Tonga, Carl Anderson, and Bad Luck Fale make an appearance in Chicago. Would you say Raw has now flipped SmackDown as the better show? Probably. Now that Asuka's back. It depends. I mean, like, once Roman's back, it depends what Roman's doing. Roman obviously tends to open and close the show and be all throughout it. If Roman's story's good, he can really carry the weight of SmackDown. But right now, whilst Roman's not been around, I would say Raw might just have the edge. And certainly now Asuka's back. The Theory? It's just Theory. My mentor, Mr. McMahon, has made it perfectly clear it is just Theory. That's interesting. I escalated the United States Championship to an unprecedented level. How does it feel? Theory said it feels like I'm on another level. Like an inspiration. Theory just goes, shut up, to the crowd. So he's putting over Miz. I'm going to continue to prove why I'm the best investment. Show respect to my guest, please. I'm going to take this United States Championship to new heights. Is he? The youngest United States champion in WWE history? It's pretty cool, isn't it? Miz hasn't been US champ in 12 years. Do you think Man United will buy Eriksson and De Jong? Well, Eriksson's free in the summer, so you can absolutely get him as long as he'll come. De Jong, he's not doing amazing at Barcelona. The price is, if like 50-odd million, I think that's a fair price. We spent 50 million on Wan-Bissaka, so I feel like 50 million would be fair. Whether we could get him for that, I don't know. No one comes out here and just demands a title match. Right, we do have Mustafa Ali making his way out. Wow, Mustafa Ali making his way out. So it is true, Mustafa Ali coming down to the ring. Not the biggest reception for him, but Mustafa Ali is not the biggest name, if we're being honest. Is he just going to be fed to Theory, do you think, to just make Theory bigger? I mean, I'm really interested to see what he's got to say. Welcome back. There's a slight welcome back chant from the crowds. You still work here, says the Miz. You still work here. Yeah, last time we saw him, he was doing it. Wasn't he doing... Oh, aren't you the guy that took his ball and went home, says Theory. Why are you out here cracking jokes? Haha, that's good. Why are you out here cracking jokes? If I want to laugh, all I'll do is watch you wrestle. No, Raw. I don't know how much he wants to be out there. What changed his mind? The fact he's under contract. Did anyone have Ali returning on their Raw bingo cards? That was pretty good by Theory, yeah. Big Bang Theory, gonna have to keep an eye on these Knoxville shows. WWE does seem to make an effort, said James. Ali couldn't get a pop in the Indies, says Jonathan. Ali is going to get a big push, says Jeremy. Okay, so the crowd seem into the idea of Ali getting an opportunity. Theory's... that's good by Theory. Theory's like, I'll think about it. No! Oh, a Mr. McMahon. A Mr. McMahon impersonation. You're out here running away like your name's The Miz. Ali's getting some good lines in here. This man doesn't run away from a fight. He's in wrestling gear, so I'm guessing that's where we're heading. I don't have a magic wand. Theory said I do. I do. I've got that magic wand. I've just texted Mr. McMahon. Thank you, Theory. Thank you. So, yeah, we are going that way. Ali holding his own on the mic. What's going on? Are they having a Saudi card coming up? I genuinely think they want to try and use people. I think one of the things Nick Khan has really addressed since he came in is not having people sat around in catering. So they didn't want to let Ali go because it sets a precedent. I mean, look, it's an exciting return because we didn't think we would see him again. So it's an exciting return in that regard, but his booking has been so bad for so long that it does not feel, for me, anywhere near the level of Asuka coming back. But as someone that knows that he wants to leave and all this kind of stuff, it is, interesting. I tell you what, it does make me just wonder. It does make me wonder, and I think I said it at the time. I'd have to go back and double check, but I wonder if him tweeting out that he wants out of his contract, I wonder if it's a work. There was something about it that didn't sit well with me at the time about it. What didn't sit well with me was the fact that if you want out of your contract, that's not something you announce on Twitter. That's something that you talk to Vince about. And do you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that needs to play out in the public. Like, you don't announce, I want to get out of my contract on Twitter. Surely, like, that's something that you do behind the scenes. And to my knowledge, I mean, I don't know if he'd already had those conversations and they'd said no. So he was like, right, well, I'll announce it to the world then and see if they do it then. There could be some truth in that. But equally, it was just enough to make me go, I don't know. I don't know if this one's a work or not. And the end result is he hasn't been let go, and now he's back, and, he's not been booed. He's been treated as a face. They've chanted welcome back. The crowd, I think, care for him a little bit more because they know what's been happening. So it has sort of worked in his favour. It's not a crazy crowd reaction for him, though. And I'm sure there'll be a lot of stuff said about it, about how he's back and it was a big moment in the show. And I do agree with that, but I don't think it's as... I mean, like, maybe it's a bit of bad timing that his return is just after the Asuka moment. And for me, there's just no comparison. The Asuka moment is so much bigger because she's so much of a bigger star. if you think about how Ali has been treated and booked, he's been booked awful. It's been awful. I mean, he's been in a tag team with Mansoor, and that sucked. Before that, he was in Retribution. That sucked. He was meant to be the hacker, but that never really played out that anywhere. I can't even remember what he did before that, but it's just sucked for a long time. So they've never known what to do with him. I don't know if they're going to know what to do with him now, to be honest. I could see it being a case that they don't want to let him go because then it sets a precedent of if, people ask him for the release and it being granted. So I can understand that. They might just be trying to give him something to do until his contract expires, and then maybe they won't look to re-sign him. I don't think I want to be seeing him beating Theory here. Theory's only just got this belt. Unless you do really build up the story where, we see Vince saying, I don't like this Ali. He's a troublemaker. He spoke about leaving the company and I need you to beat him. And maybe we get a slight CM Punk Cena sort of story. Not where Ali leaves the company, but where Vince doesn't want him to be champion. Maybe you could do something along those lines. There's options. Ali is great in the ring, decent on the mic. If they did start to book him right, he could get over. I hope he gets screen time, says Darcy. Channel name said if Vince wants Theory to be the next Cena, he better give him a homie gimmick and have him work on his promos. I actually think he got in a couple of decent lines there. I hope Big Cass comes back in Impact. They definitely have a story with Vince, Ali, and Theory. Main said, what if they go back to the hacker and have him with the Titantron video? I think they've done it. I mean, if you do a hacker thing now, the first person everyone's going to go it's Ali. Because he was the hacker before. I feel like it was done. It was done poorly and it flopped. Well, I can't say it flopped. People were really into it, and then they dropped it. I don't think you can really pick it back up now. I think it was done, and it was botched. We're seeing Randy backstage with Kane. Just sharing some stories. Do you remember when Ali was supposed to win Money in the Bank, but Vince scrapped it and had Brock win it, says Connor. I don't remember that Ali was meant to win it, actually, no. I remember Ali was meant to be in the match that Kofi won, that gauntlet match. Are you enjoying the show? Yeah. I think it's decent. I don't think, this bit hasn't blown my mind. Ali coming back's nice. It's newsworthy. Now he's going to go into a program with Theory type thing. But for me, the biggest moment of this show is Asuka. I mean, by an absolute country mile. It's not even close. I think, though, Ali against Theory is a fun little feud. It's one that I didn't see coming. I'll be interested to see which way they take it. So, yeah. Do you think Drew threatens the Make-A-Wish kids with his swords? I don't think so. His face, isn't he? Maybe if he was a heel. Ending of the show should be Glenn Jacobs coming out after Legacy 2.0 wins, says Larry. Right, we've got Ali going over into the corner by The Miz. Miz charging over as Ali gets out the way. Would Ali not be good as a heel on SmackDown, feuding with Ricochet? The roster lacks depth compared to Raw, where he could be lost in the shuffle. He's been a heel for a while. I am quite interested in seeing him in a face for a little bit. He was kind of a heel when he was with Mansoor. He was definitely a heel when he was in Retribution. I think the stink of Retribution is still on him for me. I think I just want to see him be a face for a while so that we can try and get some of that smell off him. the retribution smell. Do you think they'll make Bianca do an open challenge at Mania Backlash for Bayley to answer? I can't say that I can see them doing that, but they could do that. Certainly those two have got a history, haven't they? They've competed against each other before, so could be fun. No, Tarek. Asuka coming back is a big deal because she's a viable champion, says James. Yes. Biggest thing on the show is Asuka for you, but it could be because you're a super fan. I would guess it's the biggest thing for most people. I agree that Asuka is a legit champion. I think that she, for me, it's like, Becky coming back. It's like Bayley coming back. Like, she is a former champion. She is one of the, if not the best female wrestlers I've ever seen in WWE history. I am a big fan of her. Yeah, there's no denying that. But, yeah, I don't know. I can't see Ali coming back. Ali, who's not been booked well, not been a champion, not been used, as we said, well at all. Him coming back, I don't see that being anywhere close. And I would say that's the only thing that can run it close. I don't think there's been anything else. I think those are your two big moments tonight. Austin said, Asuka is my favourite moment of the show by far. What jobber do you think could be WWE champion? Don't know who you're classing as a jobber. A jobber is someone that loses all the time to put someone else over. So I don't know who you would class as a jobber in this day and age. Who loses all the time? Right, we've got kicks coming in by The Miz. We've got 45 minutes to go. Kicks coming in by Miz as Ali is going down. I'll tell you something, though. Didn't they call him Mustafa Ali? Does that mean he's got the Mustafa back? Did he get that back before he went away? I literally have no idea. I know he was a victim of just going down to being Ali. French said, I'm confused. Why is he on Raw? He got drafted to SmackDown. Jeez. You got a good memory, mate. I couldn't tell you where he got moved to. To be honest, I think they just want to put him in that feud with Theory, don't they? And have him be Theory's opponent. Whether they've got plans to put the United States title on him or not, I don't know. But even so, he's a good, credible opponent for Theory to beat if the plan isn't for him to be the champion. Rolling through. Net breaker. For me, Cody and Randy moment, because that's my childhood legacy, was my faction growing up, said Dragon 10. David said, did Asuka come back? She did. Scam Lightly said, my favourite part of Raw was Asuka stripping. Whoa! That's my favourite part as well. Philip said, do you think Vince is letting so many people go, it's backfiring on him because now there isn't anyone to compete against Roman? No. I think there's definite options for him. I mean, he could pull the trigger on Shinsuke, couldn't he? He could always... he's building up Gunther. So he could always do something there in the future. He's got Drew. I mean, we still haven't done the Drew feuds. That's the most likely opponent. He can always move someone over from Raw. Cody's going to be in the near future, I'm sure. So, no, I don't think he's got a problem. That roster was just way too big. There was so many people that were in catering. You just couldn't feature everyone on TV. So, as I said, I think it's been something Nick Khan has really targeted in getting the wage bill down. 2, 3. Ali pins Miz. Who do you think will take the title from Roman? I don't know about the Universal, but I think there's a good chance that Cody gets the WWE. There we go. So Ali gets the win, rolls up the Miz, and Mustafa Ali is victorious. How come no one does a regular dropkick off the ropes anymore? Don't know. Miz saying that his shoulder was up. There's Ciampa. Ciampa attack. No, didn't see that coming. Ciampa attacks Ali. Ciampa attacking Ali. Why is he attacking Ali? Why is he attacking Ali? That's the question. We've got Rhea Ripley coming up next. Ciampa is here. Ciampa is a heel, said Hollywood Hat Kid Wrestling. Okay, I like this, says Larry. Yeah, I'm into the idea of Ciampa and Ali. I think Ali is going to beat Ciampa, though. If he is going to be facing Theory, then he's got to be getting wins. Heel Ciampa is awesome. It's the best way to use Ciampa, isn't it? To have him as a heel. That's the best way of having a Ciampa. Ciampa and Rhea could join House of Edge. Judgment Day. Maybe Vince thought Theory needed a heel. Oh, a little heel buddy. Oh, that's nice. A little friend for him to play. A little friend. Little heel buddy. Maybe he did. Maybe he did. It's not a coincidence. They showed Ciampa and Rhea back to back. Days just when you thought they would give Ali a push, he's just going to put over Ciampa. NXT heel Ciampa was amazing. I hope they bring that back. Did you see WWE asking about champion designs? Do you think it's got something to do with the rumor that Cody wants to bring back an old belt or an old belt design? I didn't see that news, to be honest, no. So, I know that they've been putting out a lot of feelers as to asking loads of questions about how often do you watch, where do you get your information from, blah, 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 blah. So I know there's a lot of questions WWE have been asking recently. Apparently they've been doing a lot of surveys, so, you know, you can sort of, if that was on that survey, you can read into it as much as you want. They could just be getting a feel for as much as possible, or it could be that there are specific things they're looking for. So I don't know. I wouldn't read into it too much. I'd love for them to change it, but I don't know that they will. Who do you want to see Roman beat Bruno's records? No. I don't want to see Roman champion for 7 years. I feel like it feels like pushing water up a hill, trying to get him to 1,000 days. Just trying to get him to the 1,000-day mark feels like a monumental task in itself. Because that like he's at 600 odd days now. You need another 12 months from here, and there's people already getting bored. So can you imagine him going for 7 years? I can't. I don't think that's a record. I just don't know that will ever be beat. So I don't think he would. Ciampa will say Ali thinks he can just cut to the front of the line. So Ciampa will try and stake his claim. Big Time Back said, Days, what does WWE do with Mustafa Ali and Ciampa can't take a loss this soon, while Theory shouldn't be losing the title this soon? We're going to find out, aren't we? I mean, my guess is they do Ciampa against Ali next week. I think Ciampa is going to lose. It's going to suck. But I think the focus right now probably is on Theory and Ali, is my guess. I mean, they've planted the seeds for it. So my guess is that we're going to build towards Theory and Ali. And Ali's going to need some wins. He's just beat The Miz. And maybe they're going to feed Ciampa to him, because Ciampa hasn't really got going on the main roster yet. So he can take a loss at this stage. It's not great. It's not ideal. I don't like to see it, but my guess is Ciampa Ali. Ali will win. Then he'll go for the title, and then don't know. Does he win it? Does he not? We're backstage with Rhea Ripley. Rippers. You want to know why, Sarah? Because I finally opened my eyes. When I first came here, I was the Raw Women's Champion on my own. I'm surrounded by tag partners that do nothing but bring me down to their level. I'm tired of associating myself with disappointment. Liv comes in and interrupts, throws in some shots, and referee's going to look to separate them and pull them apart. And Byron Saxton goes, "This is far from over between Rhea Ripley and Liv Morgan." It's like, duh. Do you think? Right, we've got Alpha Academy and Kevin Owens. Do you think Ciampa could be a world champ? I mean, I think he could be, because we saw him achieving greatness in NXT, but will Vince let him is a different question. Thank you. Sheesh. Sheesh. Rhea shouldn't have been put in tag teams in the first place, says James. I agree. Sheesh. Maybe I should put you through a lie detector test, says Kevin Owens. He's so good. He's so animated. He really brings something to this, to each segment. Ain't no more playing games. I can't imagine that Kevin Owens and Seth are really loving being partners with the Usos. Both of them lost to Roman. We better be on the same damn page, or the tribal chief is going to be real mad. Seth is laughing away. The tribal chief. This is our show. Kevin Owens is not happy. Shoosh. Shoosh. Jonathan said, do you think Undertaker and Austin will fight at WrestleMania 39? Shoosh. No. Usos killing that noise. James says, shoosh. Nah, Gable, you shut the shoosh. Hey, James, shoosh. Shoosh. Mama na, mama na, mama, mama na. Is it main event time? Half an hour to go. The flip. Shooshi Tushi. think that's how you spell it. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. There we go. Shoosh. Is Shoosh getting over? It is in this community. Shoosh. Erase your mind. Shoosh. Cody should feel at home in this AEW style match, says Real. Ending of Raw should be Glenn Jacobs coming out after Legacy 2.0 wins. Here is the biggest babyface in WWE, Cody Rhodes. Look at the smile on his face. He's so happy. Might as well call him Happy Rhodes. Jennifer said, there's no Raw on TV here in Quebec. It's off air. No reason given for 3 weeks. Sonny said, shooshi tushi. Shoosh. So addictive when you first say it. Can't stop saying it now. Budget cuts for the pyro. Days needs new shoes. Is it main event time? It is. Shooshin James. There's not enough shooshing in the world, says Dave. Is James still here? Is James still around? James. Shoosh! Legend Killer, shout out to you. Stuttering Steves says, hashtag needs more pyro. Hayden, all the way from New Zealand. It was quite quiet because you're a long way away. James Kenny said, I'm going to need all of you to silence your cell phones, hold your applause to the end, and shoosh. It sounds like I'm missing a good episode. It's been all right, man. It's been all right. Shoosh is fun to do. I just tried it, says Cliff Beavers. Justin says, hey, James. Shoosh! Yes! Love it. 40 years old, you still watch WWE. Grow up, said Isam. Isam? Shoosh! And also, I'm 21. Barks Daly said, Hook don't need all that. Cosmo said, I just want to hear Roman's entrance. I don't want to see it. I just want to hear it. Grant says, shoes please. Do you think Roman will turn face again? I think there's a chance. I don't know if it'll be anytime soon, but I don't know if he'll be heel for life. Channel name said wrestling needs to go back to the days where heels and faces all stuck together. Scam Lightly said maybe Kevin Owens has a baby in the ring tonight. That would be wild, in all fairness. That would be wild. James said Roman won't turn face till at the very least until he loses the belts. Days is at least 12. I mean, I can confirm that. Quite happy to confirm that. Was that Sam Smothers? Legend. Jamie said, my dad loves saying shoosh. It's still kind of crazy that he's in WWE again to me, but as long as he's happy and we get good wrestling, I'm happy, says Red Payne. Days is old enough to party. Who do you think will be Roman's next challenger? I don't know, dude. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I thought it was going to be Shinsuke, but I'm not as confident now. I've lost my confidence. So, yeah, I'm not so sure as to who it's going to be. Hayden said Days is 21, same age as me. Well, basically brothers, Hayden, you and me. Brothers. Twins. Twins we are, I tell you. Right, we're seeing earlier. God, it feels like forever ago, doesn't it, that we watched Omos and Bobby Lashley? That does feel like a lifetime ago. Thank you, Days, for suggesting for me to go to the Dave in Real Life channel to watch NXT. I have subscribed, but I've not posted in the comments. I've just been lurking, says Jilly. Jilly, a lurker. Shout out to you. Cliff said, I just want to shoosh everyone with enthusiasm all day. It's very addictive. Jordan said, if Roman turned face, it would need to be a new version of his comic gimmick. No way he could go back to the blue contact big dog stuff. Oh, God, yeah, no. We don't need that. We never need the big dog again. That's dead. It's gone. It's over. That party has ended. How does WWE not get sued by the writers of Encino Man for Chad Gable using the shoes thing? I don't know what Encino Man is. Encino Man. I don't know what that is. I don't think anyone does. That's why they're not getting sued, because literally no one knows what it is. Even the people that make it don't know. And I don't even know if it's a thing that's made, because I don't know what it is. We're backstage with Omos. You brutally attacked Bobby Lashley after. When do you think Bayley will return? Also, I think there is no age restriction to watch WWE. Well, do you know what? I hope there is an age restriction, and I hope that I'm breaking that law. Because then, I'm a rule breaker. I'm a risk taker. Yeah? That's how cool I am. Guys, you're not allowed to be older than 12 to watch WWE. I look at that rule and I go, bothered. It's like when they say no ball games. And then I get out my golf clubs. And a ball, not just the golf clubs. I'm a rule breaker. I'm like Evel Knievel. Jaden, is that Rinner? Rinner. I'm going Rinner. I'll go Jaden. Who is gonna the main event? What's that mean? Who's gonna win the main event? Probably be the faces. I think the faces will win it. Here's the Ultimate Warrior. Look, he's got the tassels. I'm a big fan of tassels in wrestling, but Ezekiel does definitely feel out of place here. So, Jaden, shout out to you. You are a kid at heart. Anyone that saw the magazine review saw you dancing with the blow-up microphone. Can I blow up microphone here? Look. It's still blown up. It's good. Look, and it's switched on. It's live, guys. It's live. It is live. Break it down. Degenerate into something full. You just got tired of doing what you told us to do. That's the breaks, boys. Yeah, that's the breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration X. Degeneration. It's powerful, wasn't it? That was a powerful performance. That is what an inflatable microphone can do. Isn't that fun that I left it inflated? I don't know if that's laziness or what it is, but I really like it. There's something very satisfying about having a blow-up microphone. Legit, it's good. I was just sat here for a second trying to think of songs that had lyrics then from entrances. I think it's cool that my brain immediately went to DX. That feels right. That feels good. That feels healthy. That feels like a healthy response, considering it is undeniably one of the best theme songs Are you a fan of The Who? The Who? Of course. Who doesn't love My Generation? Who Are You? Baba O'Reilly? Pinball Wizards? And all the others. I've actually seen them in concert, The Who. So, yes. Erase Mind, shout out to you. Roman will still be tribal chief when he turns face, like Usos remained badass homies when they turned face back in the day. Please, Asuka, shave Bianca's fake hair, says Scam Lightly. It's a whole new segment. Sing the theme. The Ezekiel Warrior. Warriors, walk with me. Yeah, the Ezekiel Warrior. No wonder we started 10 minutes ago. I completely didn't take into account it's going to take at least 10 minutes to get everyone out there. Jeez, this took forever. This took forever. Oh, my God. Live at Leeds. Live at Leeds. Cliff Beavers, if you know, then you know. One of the best live albums. I've got that, you know. I've got Live at Leeds. I don't know that I would be able to put my hand on it. Don't know that I could put my hand on it. I'm just looking to see if I could put my hand on it. No, I don't believe I could put my hand on it. I wish I could put my hand on it, though, because it's a hell of an album. I do have a sea of DVDs and albums just at the side of me here. And I think that could be one that's in this room. Thank God Roman is not in this match. Otherwise, it would have had to have started an hour ago. Raw needs the Warrior. Warriors. Hulk Hogan. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. How big is your dong? You can Google it, mate. I'll have all that information on the Wikipedia page. Cliff Beaver said, did we just become best friends? No. It happened a long time ago. Raw needs more commercials. Totes. I'm waiting for Sam Smothers versus Jeff Brooks. Tarek said, who will win tomorrow? Man City or Real Madrid? I think tomorrow's at the Etihad, so I'll go Man City. 2-1. Close. Maybe a draw. But I'll lean to a Man City win. I think they're better. I think they're the better team. So we are going to watch that over on the football channel. So we've got that tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got Man City against Real Madrid and the return. Oh, you thought the Asuka return was good. We've got the return of the Wrestling Escape Pod, which is the weekly podcast that, oh God, it goes everywhere. I wish I could say that it was like all wrestling focused. It is. There is wrestling and talk in it. But we just go everywhere. I haven't got a clue what we'll be talking about, so we'll find out tomorrow. But yeah, that's been away for a week. Thoughts on Tommy Fury? Does he have potential to be big, or will he remain in his brother's shadow? No, I think he's got potential to be big. I mean, people forget he's still really young. He's 22. I mean, he's 22 and he's like 8-0. So, look, people can like lay into him for fighting people that, you know, got bad records and everything. But, I mean, that's boxing. If you're going to lay into him for that, you need to lay into boxing. Like, because that's just how it goes in boxing. They get fed cans at the start, and then once they climb the rankings with each win, they, you know, start to fight tougher competition. Once they've got, like, you know, 10, 15 wins under their belt, and then, you know, by the time you're hitting 20 wins, you start going for the titles. He's 8-0. He's 8-0. He's probably got another 5 relatively easy fights, and then, you know, he'll start, like, getting some step up in opposition. Once he starts getting to about 18-0, 20-0, see him fight for a world title then. So I think, look, if your brother's Tyson Fury, as long as you are putting in that same level of work, and I have to think that John Fury, his dad, is not going to allow him to not. or Tyson, I think they'll be very clear about if you want to do it, then you do it. And if you're not going to put in this level of commitment to be the best, then don't do it. Because you'll get hurt. So, no, I think he's got great potential. I mean, the structure's there for him to get the best training. His brother can help him. His dad can help him. He's still only 22. He looked much better in his last fight as well. So, yeah, I think he's got some good things going for him. What maybe he doesn't have is the power, but that's not. That could still develop. Right, we've got Ezekiel in there with one of the Usos. Twisting neckbreaker. 1, 2. Benzema is going to bury City, said James. Tarek, shout out to you. James, you want City because you hate them. You want Madrid. What are you doing for Eid next week? You can come over to mine for Eid. Eid's not a festival I celebrate, sadly. So, it's going to be a normal week for me. So, I will be streaming. That's what I'll be doing. I could answer that for anything, though. I'm pretty sure we streamed on Christmas Day. And we have done for the past good few years, so... What are you doing for Easter? Streaming. What are you doing for Christmas? Streaming. What are you doing for Eid? Streaming. What are you doing for Thanksgiving? Streaming. Oh, what are you doing for the Super Bowl? Streaming. What are you doing for Independence Day? Streaming. What are you doing for Halloween? Streaming. What are you doing for Bonfire Night? Streaming. What are you doing for Pancake Day? Streaming. What are you doing for your day off? Streaming. Boom. Right, how long we got? 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. James said, are you streaming NXT AEW? We're doing AEW. And tomorrow we're streaming. I've just said we've got a couple of streams lined up. Man United are going to tour Australia in July versus Melbourne Victory and Crystal Palace, both at the MCG. Well, if you are a Melbourne Victory fan, get down there because there's a good chance you'll beat us. Nice right hand by Cody, and again, kick to the midsection, uppercut, coming back by an Oos. I think is it Jimmy Oos? You lot can tell by the hair. I still can't tell by the hair. I need the tattoo, and I can't always see it. If it's the cross, then it's Jay. If no cross, then it's Jimmy. Jimmy in the ring now. Jimmy in the ring, in the ring. Jimmy in the ring. Na 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 na. Jimmy in the ring, in the ring. Dalmar said, Days, thoughts. AEW fans are crying on social media that the Free Ali hashtag, they bled every day, has been put to rest. Listen, Twitter is just a place where people love to, express their thoughts. That's fine. People putting tweets out saying what they think. It's took me a while to reach this conclusion. But I think if someone goes onto Twitter and expresses their opinion, that is absolutely fine. That's sort of what it's there for. So I feel like as long as that original tweet isn't running down anything. So like if someone says AEW is the best, I absolutely love it. I got respect for that. I got respect for that. Because they believe that. They believe it's the best and they absolutely love it. I don't have no problem with that whatsoever. Equally, if someone goes onto Twitter and says WWE is the best, I absolutely love it. I got respect for that. They believe it. I got respect for that. Respect. I think my problem comes when the replies start coming in. That's where the problem comes from. So if an AEW fan says, "Man, Ali deserves better," hashtag Free Ali, I'd love to see him in AEW. I don't have an issue with that, to be honest. I don't have an issue with that. The problem is, once it then starts to get into, you know, a back and forth, and then that's where you start to get, like, the arguments, and that's where, you know, things start getting spicy. This is, I think, why Twitter brought in that thing where you can actually disable comments on tweets so that people can't respond. Because the world is not very understanding that there's different opinions out there. And if you put a different opinion, there will be someone with a different opinion. It feels like everything becomes an argument. Everything becomes an argument then. It'll be interesting to see what Elon Musk's going to do, innit? To change Twitter. I've heard his bid just went through. Big spot there by Seth. The Bellas were easy to tell apart. Nudge, nudge, says Fate Ross Fate. It is true. Because Nikki always wore a top that said fearless. And Brie didn't. She always had one that said Brie mode. Ba, 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 ba. That's what hers said. So it's super easy to tell them apart. I've got a unique way to deal with haters and morons on Twitter, says James. Yeah, but you can't keep sending out pictures like that. You can't keep doing that. You're literally flooding Twitter with filth. So, do you know what I mean? And what if, like, you know, someone's nice, but because you're so in the automatic mode of sending out a picture of, you know, little James Chadwick, that, you know, you accidentally then send it out to someone that's positive, and then that's going to cause issues. I told you before in the DMs, I don't think that's the right way forward, James. I really don't. But I do agree it is unique, and I do mean that in every sense. Coach Co said, which rock group has got 4 guys who can't sing or play instruments? Mount Rushmore. I feel like that's maybe aimed at 12-year-olds. I'm not sure. Justin said, Elon said he would pay it in cash, didn't he? I don't know. All I saw was the news came through this morning that shares in Twitter had gone up a little bit. I don't have any, but they went up 4% as it was looking like they might agree to it. And then later in the day, a little alert came through saying they'd agreed to it. So, and now I've seen RIP Twitter is trending. So maybe we all need to not worry about Free Ali and all this kind of stuff. Perhaps now we need to start looking at what's going to happen on Twitter. What Elon Musk has said is he wants free speech. He doesn't want to limit speech and all this kind of stuff. He wants free speech. So I don't know what that means for Twitter. I don't know. I don't know what changes he feels Twitter needs. Literally there is $44 billion in cash? Don't know. It's a good question. I would think so. I don't think he's got access to it though. I think he's got it, but I doubt he's got access. I doubt he could walk into a bank and they go, what can we do for you? And he's like, I'd like 44 billion in cash, please. I should imagine they'd turn around and go, oh, you needed to actually put an order in for that much. It's going to take us 1,000 years to get it together. I don't know. I don't know where you would get a 44 billion in cash from. Vince. As long as Twitter stays free, I don't give a who owns it. I don't give a shoosh who owns it. Elon would make a great member of the Cream Team, says Scam Lightly. Keep your eyes on Elon. He's the same guy that wants to put chips in people's brains. Oh, God. What if he's going to do that now? And that's how you've got to access Twitter. So Twitter's free, but in order to keep it free, you've got to put a chip in your brain now. Oh, my God. Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Forget that. It's such a mind-boggling amount. Banks would be confused. Yes. I don't even know how much space. I mean, have you ever seen, like, how much a million is? That's a million? I couldn't even tell you, like, is it 1,000 million that's in a billion? So does that mean you need 44,000 million? Have you ever seen how much a million is? Like, I don't even know how much space you would need. And what if he wanted singles? What if he wanted it all in ones? I want a million. I want 44 billion in $1 bills. I don't know. I don't even know if that much exists. I don't know. I would imagine it does. I would imagine that much is in circulation, but I don't know that you could get it all together for one person. They have Ezekiel dressed like the Ultimate Warrior. Right, we've got 7 minutes to go. I hope Elon Musk actually creates Twitter bots to go after Tony Khan. Warrior. All in quarters, says James Kenny, yeah. Riddle goes hard into the corner. Hard into the corner by Riddle. He's not going to buy it in cash, says Dragon Den. It's all digital. We never see the actual cash. An American billion is 1,000 million. I heard it's different in different places, how much, like, a billion is in different languages. Which I found confusing. How likely will it be that the next person that asks for their release gets the Ali treatment and get brought back to TV? They didn't value Tony enough to keep her around. No, I don't know what you mean. She just didn't show up. I mean, that's something, to my knowledge, Ali didn't do. I mean, what if they told him he needed to be on this show here and then he didn't show up? What would they do then? Would they fine him? Would they suspend him? Like, what would happen? With Tony, she just didn't show to a show. And that is... I must admit, though, I mean... why did... I don't understand. That's a really good point, actually. Why didn't they just fine her? Why didn't they fine her and... tell her that if she did it again, she'd be fined again? I mean, she's under contract. It's true, isn't it? Like, I don't know. I mean, to my knowledge, there's nothing in the contract that says they have to release her. Here's Randy. I mean, a little bit. It's good. It's good that they did. It's better for her that they did. Nice snap power slam. He's feeling it. 4 minutes to go. People think icy is the easiest word to spell. Come to think of it, I-C-Y, said Coach Co. Draping DDT. Out the ring goes Orton. They should have each team with one more member. Who didn't show? Toni Storm? Toni Storm didn't show to a show over Christmas. She got burnt out. So that's why they didn't just release her out of nowhere. She went AWOL. They didn't even know where she went. Didn't she jump on a plane? Like, they didn't know where she was, and she'd actually jumped on a plane and gone home. So, in that circumstance, they must have gone, well, we haven't even started with this girl yet, because they hadn't really. And they just thought, well, let's just not even have the bother. But it is true. Like, there's no reason as to why they had to release her. Around a week ago, Tesla was valued at over $1 trillion. I have no idea how one company can be worth so much. Kick by Kevin Owens. Cody goes down. Kick to Randy. Randy pushes Kevin into Ezekiel. RKO! Kick by Jimmy. Big knee strike by... boom, you get an RKO as well. It's an RKO party right now. There's going to be another one coming. There's one. RKO, you get an RKO, and you get an RKO. RKO's everywhere. You saw Tony on drugs at the interview during WrestleMania weekend. No, I didn't see an interview that had Tony on drugs. And also, she wasn't in WWE during WrestleMania weekends. She left over Christmas time, so I haven't seen an interview of her on drugs. Justin said Tesla is going to be adding more shares, so Elon is going to be getting billions more coming his way. I realised Becky's hair being short gave us a clue Asuka returned tonight, says Adam. She cut it short a while ago. I think she just wanted to change, to be honest, buds. I don't think it's a nod to Asuka. She did it before WrestleMania. Right, there we go. So it's a win for the faces. I must admit, that main event wasn't for me. I mean, it's nice to see lots of RKOs and celebration for Randy, but it's just a match that doesn't mean nothing. It's just a way of getting a lot of people on the show. Match didn't really mean anything. But overall, an all right show, an all right Raw. It hasn't quite concluded yet, but it will be soon. Don't you worry about that. What do you score WWE Raw? That's the question. That's my question to you. 775 62675 575 or below. Elon Musk's wife, Amber Heard, is a B word for what she did to Johnny Depp. What? Elon Musk's wife? Was she his wife? I have no idea what's going on with the Johnny Depp thing. I've not been watching it. Cody and Arcade Bro and Ezekiel win. James said Ali and Asuka are on Raw Talk. NASCAR livestream said the Viper ate and he left no crumbs. Darcy said high score because of Asuka. Jilly gives it a 7. LD Cool with a 7. J14 with a 7. Hayden with a 7. Dave in real life said 8.5. It's high for Asuka. NASCAR live streams with a 9. Gabrielle with an 8. J14 with a 7. Desi with an 8. It's Malik with a 10. John Doe with a 7.9. Matthew said 8 for 2 big returns. Are you watching NXT tomorrow? No. That could have been something. The beginning was bookended by mediocrity. Hayden gives it a 7. Dylan with a 7. Sonny with a 7. Legend Killer with a 6.5. British Soundball Pranks with a 7. Blue Melcher with an 8, was it? Nigel with a 7.25. Trade Gaming with a 6.5. Alex with a 7. Future Comps. Hello. 7. Gaming with Saz says 10. 1987 Big Fan says 6.5. Salt Zoid says 8. Are you streaming Man News Friendlies? Oh, I don't know. My focus is end of the season. End of the season, and I've not thought about anything beyond that. 6, 9, 825, 725, 7.5. Shadam said, what show? Zachary says 9. Adam says 7.5. She's Johnny Depp's ex-wife. She used to beat him up. That was an 8 for me, says Sutter and Steves. How come you don't stream NXT anymore? I feel like we've covered it so many times. It's got nothing to do with NXT. That's the headline. It's got everything to do with needing more time to make some videos and do some other things. I just don't have time to do it. So something had to give. And that's what gave. Tori, the native American warrior, said, I love Asuka. Zimmer6 says 6. Nelson said, I would rather have Ali be a heel. John said 7.25. All hail the conquering Randy out of 10. Stay safe out there, says Shadam. Stay safe. Scam Lightly said Asuka made it a 7. Yeah, I'm going to agree with that. I think I'm going to be in line with people here. I must admit, my first thought as we got to the scores was about a 6.75 because that main event was not for me. I mean, like, it's got big names in it, but I'm just not really a fan of matches that don't matter. I mean, honestly, if the heels had won, if the heels had won, who cared? If the faces won, who cared? And those matches are matches that I do struggle with. I don't mind exhibition matches. I don't mind matches that, you know, I mean, I'm thinking Sammy against Nakamura. It was Nakamura's debut in NXT. It didn't mean anything, whoever won. I mean, it would have sucked, I suppose, for Nakamura to have lost his debut, so maybe it meant that. But, you know, there's matches that you can watch that, like Gunther against that jobber on SmackDown. I really enjoyed that. Didn't mean anything. Again, would have been a shock if Gunther had lost, though. But, like, with this one, like, does it matter if the faces won? Does it matter if the heels won? Those matches I do struggle a bit with. But the Asuka moment is amazing. Love it. Having Becky back as well. Kudos for that. Ali coming back, as we said. Nice. And then Ciampa attacking him. That's cool. So into all of that. I thought Theory did well as well. Thought he was pretty good. I thought actually some of the interactions between Theory, Miz, Ali, I thought were quite good actually. So there's definitely some bits there that I enjoyed. I'd never heard the opening of the show, but it was nice seeing Cody and Randy together. I thought that was quite good. I actually didn't hate the mixed tag match. There was a couple of bits in that match that I kind of thought was pretty cool. We had a women's tag match as well. I just feel like it was a solid show. I wasn't bored. I was fairly entertained all throughout. But outside of Asuka, I don't know that anything really... Do you know what I mean? Really smashed it out the park. I don't know that there's anything here that really is memorable. Maybe I would have loved that opening a bit more if I had sound. I don't know. I love the Asuka thing. And it's good enough for me. A 7 out of 10 is pretty solid. But this is why I'm not, like, down on this show. Because, you know, there was some good stuff here. I thought there was some stuff that worked out quite well. So that's why I'm not down on it. But equally, this show could have been much better. I think, like, you know, if you had Roman on this show, for example, then it would have been better. If the main event had actually, like, been for something, then it would have been better. You know, if Finn Balor had joined Edge and joined that faction, and tonight we had Finn Balor joining the faction, that would have been another big talking point, and that would have been cool if that had happened. So that would have been nice, but, you know, this is what I'm saying, that there's definitely things that they could have done that I think would have been really cool. But it's all right. I think for the 3 hours, it was pretty entertaining, so... Philip said, do you ever think about doing a retro watch-along again? Yeah, I have thought about it. Because we are getting towards the end of the football season, and on a Sunday, we always tend to do football games. Well, they're about to end. So that means on a Sunday, I don't actually have anything. So it has crossed my mind. The only thing I would say is... let's get through the football season first. There's no point really thinking about it or talking about it right now because we've still got another, 3 weeks or so, maybe even a month to go until we're totally out of the football season. Once we're out of the football season, there will be some time that becomes available. And something on a Sunday has crossed my mind, yes. Whether that's a retro watch-along or what it actually looks like, I'm not too sure. But, yeah, I could see something happening. They should have had Randy book the show tonight. As bad as Raw has been, I think it's hard to do much better than they did tonight, says Tyler. The women's division is a big deal now, and it's very cool. Asuka versus, well, it looks like Becky. But yeah, Asuka versus Becky, Asuka versus Bianca, Asuka versus Rhea. I mean, you can just go down a list of great Asuka matches, can't you? So, I agree. They should have had Randy book the show tonight. I mean, like that, it's not something they really ever do. It's something that we've seen... Oh God, I don't know if I can recall if we've ever seen it in WWE before where they do that. But it would have been cool if, like, the show started with Vince in the ring with Adam Pearce. He brings out Randy. Randy says, like, a few words. And, well, before he does that, Vince says, look, tonight I'm going to give you Raw. If there's the matches that you want to see are the matches that we will do, and we could have had some really fun stuff. But well, they didn't go that way, and I'm all right with them not going that way because would Randy have booked the matches that we had tonight? I mean, he might have. He might have ended up just booking the matches we got anyway. So, because these are the stories they want to tell right now, so. I don't think it would have changed the show, to be honest, even if they'd have given him that responsibility. I like the retro watch-alongs. Can you recommend a good pay-per-view to watch from 2015 on words can be NXT and main roster? Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't think you can go wrong. I don't know that I could give you a specific takeover. 2015, I think, might have been the first NXT Brooklyn. I mean, if you've not seen that, you need to watch it. That is the one that is the Bayley Sasha match, but it's also got like Tyler Breeze against Jushin Thunder Liger from New Japan, and it's got Alexa with Buddy and Blake and Murphy, and she's like their manager, and they take on the Vaudevillains, and that was good. I think the main event might have been Owens and Balor. I really like that show. I think it's a really great show. Beast in the East is kind of fun from 2015 as well. And yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would be saying that, I mean, I feel like from that time, the NXTs were beating the main roster pay-per-views in that time. It was always like, it was kind of that way for a good few years where the NXT would steal the weekend. So just find an NXT takeover that looks like it's got some good matches and run with that. I would love to see a retro watch-along return after the Premier League season finishes. Would you stream hockey that's happening? Nah. I think what I need to do is I need to just really focus on the things that we do rather than add in more. So, when the football season ends, definitely going to focus on UFC and wrestling. Definitely going to focus on that. And I can see retro watch-alongs coming in. I really can. I can definitely see stuff happening on a Sunday. No stream tomorrow. Yeah, got a stream tomorrow. Got Man City and Real Madrid, and we've also got Wrestling Escape Pods. What about Asuka against Sasha Banks? Love it. Do it. Tyler Breeze and Jushin Thunder Liger was fire. My limo is here to pick me up and Asuka so that we can light up the town. I'm meeting Alexa later. Have fun. Vaudevillain and Blue Pants. Yes, Blue Pants. Lever Bates, the librarian in AEW. God, she was so... I actually had the Blue Pants t-shirt, which was literally a grey t-shirt with some blue pants on. Some blue, like, we'd call them trousers. Blue pants on. And I think it was Enzo that gave her that name. She was just a jobber. But he was like, hey, Blue Pants. Because she wore blue pants. And it stuck, and she was known as Blue Pants. And the crowd loved her, man. She was so over as Blue Pants. She was so over. She was kind of like a jobber that really connected. And when Blue Pants came out, she always used to get like a great reaction. She was like a jobber that got a little bit of attention. Do you know what I mean? And as a result, like the NXT crowd were like really took to her. And yeah, that honestly, it's one of my. I might watch it again. Actually, it's one of my favorite NXT moments ever. It is the start of Brooklyn, the first one, where you've got Blake and Murphy, this heel tag team. In their corner is Alexa Bliss, and she's like a mean girl, quite, looking down her nose. She's a heel, and she's like looking down her nose. And you've got the Vaudevillains. I love the Vaudevillains. I loved them. They were like in black and white, and they were like, real men and everything, and they had long moustaches, and they looked like they were from the 1800s. I loved them. And the whole thing going into that was like, how are they going to deal with Alexa Bliss, because she keeps interfering? And they brought out Blue Pants, and Blue Pants came out, and the crowd in Brooklyn were going crazy, man. It's a great reaction for Blue Pants. I might watch it again. It's so good, Jim. It's so good. Yeah. Is the Escape Pod on the normal channel? Yeah, it'll be on the Escape Pod channel, yeah. Who's Blue Pants? That was Blue Pants. She didn't stick around for long. I don't know really where it went wrong, but I heard she was a little bit problematic behind the scenes, but I don't know how true that is. Blue Pants came out to the Price is Right theme song. Al said, what happened to the search for figures? The lockdown happened. Pandemic happened. Shops closed happened. And as a result of that, we had to kind of, up our streaming. And that has not, as I said, not really decreased. We upped the streaming, and, if you think about it, like AEW and NXT used to be on the same night on a Wednesday. So, we used to... It's funny, we're actually doing the same number of more streams now than we were doing back in, say, 2019, 2020. Because in 2020, NXT and AEW were both on a Wednesday night. And we used to have to watch them both at the same time. And we didn't have the football channel back then either. So, like, the streams have actually grown. And they've just taken up all the spare time that I had, so... where we are. Aiden English and Simon Gotch was brilliant. Did you know Andre was supposed to fully pin Hogan at the main event? It would be too shocking, so they changed it to a twin ref scandal. Asuka versus Saray, says Boomers. Anthony, shout out to you. Right, we've had... you're welcome, Anthony. We've had the votes in. Let's end the poll. We always stick around for about 15 minutes after, guys. We always stick around for about 15 minutes after. What do you think of Raw? 41% said 8 to 10. 40% said 7 to 7.5. 11% said 6 to 6.75. And 5% said 5.75 or below. There we go. Seems like people enjoyed it, and that is good. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed hanging with us. And as we said, we are back on this channel on Wednesday for AEW. I always tend to put the streams up well in advance now so that you know what streams are coming. So the streams are up for AEW, the streams up for SmackDown, the streams up for Serrano against Taylor at the weekend. That is also our UFC stream. So don't get confused. We are doing UFC. It's in the same stream as Serrano and Katie Taylor. So we got boxing on Saturday with UFC. So we've got that. And yeah, there's loads, man. Loads coming up. As you said, AEW, SmackDown. Over on the football channel, there's a game tomorrow, a game Wednesday, a game Thursday. It's flipping busy. So awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Great to have Asuka back. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.